Welcome to the September 26, 2024 Fresno City Council meeting. The time is 9:02 a.m. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Council. There we go. Council Member Arias.
Presente.
Council Member Maxwell. Council Member Chavez.
Here.
Council Member Bredefeld.
Here.
Council Member Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Present.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Next, we're going to do the invocation, which will be given by Pastor Cassandra Topping from the Northeast Assembly of God, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which would be administered by Council Member Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand?
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited to be here and honored. But yes, I serve at the Northeast Church as the executive pastor over Next Gen and events. But if you guys could bow your heads with me, I just want to pray over today's meeting. God, we come before you this morning with my heart so full of gratitude for these council members gathered here. Thank you for their dedication and commitment to serve this community. We ask, Lord, that you pour your wisdom upon them as they deliberate many decisions that will affect the lives of many here in Fresno. Guide them to seek your will in every action, to listen with compassion, and to lead with integrity and justice. Lord, protect their minds and hearts from any confusion or division, and give them strength when the tasks are difficult and the courage when choices require bold action. Help them work together in unity for the betterment of all, and may your peace rest on them today. We trust in your guidance, and we commit this time and these leaders into your hands. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes. First, a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, and we have 2 in-house Spanish translators, and they will quickly let the audience know what services they provide.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael. This is my colleague Maria. We are from Focus Interpreting. We are Spanish interpreters here in person to assist you. You can find us towards the back of the auditorium where we have headsets available, and we're more than happy to help.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María y mi colega Jael. Somos intérpretes de Focus Interpreting y estamos aquí para asistirles. Si necesitan interpretación en español, estamos en la parte posterior del auditorio. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And announcements and corrections to be read into the record. The 9:45 a.m. item, that is ID 24-1223, regarding actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title interest of parcels to benefit the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project. The agenda should be updated so the names read Mandinder Singh Sandhu and Palwinder Kaur Sandhu. And for consent calendar item 2B, as in boy, that is file ID 24-1296, concerning the airport joint use agreement with the United States of America covering the use of airfield facilities at Fresno Yosemite International Airport. In the title, the amount of potential revenue generated by this agreement currently reads $289,312.56, but that amount should read $325,476.63 for fees from the 2-year holdover period and an additional $1,076,489.70 in fees from years 3 to 7 for the remaining term of the agreement. And then we have consent calendar item 2AA. That is file ID 24-1296 regarding actions pertaining to South Central Fresno AB 617 Community Truck Reroute Study and related health assessment. The title is being updated to add the words "at no additional cost" to the end of each of the 3 numbered subparts as follows. Number 1, approve the 3rd amendment to consult an agreement with Arcadius, formerly IBI Group, to extend the agreement to December 31st, 2024 at no additional cost. Number 2, approve a third amendment research agreement with the University of California, Merced related to the health assessment to extend the agreement to December 31st, 2024 at no additional cost. Number 3, approve a second amendment to the reimbursement agreement with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District for the South Central Fresno AB 617 Community Truck Reroute Study and related health assessment to extend the agreement to December 31st, 2024 at no additional cost. Then we also have consent calendar item 2H. That is file ID 241275 regarding actions pertaining to service agreement for One Fresno's Youth Job Corps program between the City of Fresno and CBOs. Councilmember Arias has recused himself due to service on the board of the Downtown Partnership with the Mayor. Now we have items removed from the agenda. First up, we have the 9:55 a.m. scheduled item, file ID 241192. This is regarding the hearing to consider an appeal related to the conditional use permit application P2303592 and related environmental assessment. This item is being moved to October 31st, 2024 at 9:55 a.m. And that is being moved by Councilmember Arias, who does have a statement to read into the record regarding this change.
Thank you, City Clerk. The date would be October 31st. The time would be 1:30 in the afternoon, with direction for city staff to provide information regarding the YMCA parcel, its use in relation to current non-conforming use. If the department determines that the use of the YMCA parcel is substantially related to the operation of A1 Auto, direct staff to work with the applicant to include the YMCA parcel in the conditional use permit. When the item returns to council, if YMCA parcel is included, conditions may be placed upon the use of the YMCA parcel, so long as the conditions meet the requirements of nexus and roof proportionality. Thank you, that's all.
Councilmember, could you shoot that over to us so staff can make sure we're following?
Yes, I'll have legal counsel send you the language.
Thank you.
And also removed from the agenda is file ID 241300, listed as 2DD, regarding approved grant agreement with Marjorie Mason Center, MMC, allocating $75,000 in funding for the MMC Community Resource Building Project. This item has been moved to the October 10th, 2024 agenda by staff. And lastly, we have our items that are being moved to the contested consent for further discussion. First off, 2F, that is file ID 24-1302, regarding approval of a voluntary collection agreement with Homeway.com Inc., VRBO.com, and its subsidiaries for collection of City of Fresno transit occupancy tax and authorize city controller to execute. This item has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 2I, that is file ID 24-1074, regarding approval of a regulatory agreement and declaration of restrictive covenants between the City of Fresno and Fresno Mission Communities. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 2J, that is file ID 24-1228, approve acceptance of donated funds from the Fresno Police Chief's Foundation in the total amount of $33,500, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 2L, file ID 24-1303, regarding actions pertaining to the Fresno Police Department's Air Support Skywatch Unit lease, purchase, and installation agreement with Airbus Inc. and Hangar 1. That item has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 2U, that is file ID 24-1315, regarding actions pertaining to extraterritorial water and sewer service and off-site infrastructure agreements between Clovis Unified School District and the City of Fresno. Moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 2V, as in Victor, file ID 24-1211, regarding approval of funding agreement number 2 with the Fresno County Transportation Authority, FCTA, for the Highway Litter Abatement Program, LAP, in the amount of $300,000. This item has been moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And lastly, I have consent calendar item 2AA, that is file ID 24-1297, actions pertaining to the South Central Fresno AB 617 Community Truck Reroute Study and related health assessment. That item has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Vice President Carbasi. Those are all the changes I have received today. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any additional items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Councilmember Arias, you already pulled half the agenda, so we're good. Councilmember Maxwell.
No changes, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Esparza. Council Vice President.
None, Madam President.
And I have none as well. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. All right, we're going to move on to our ceremonial presentations. We have 4 today. The first one we have is a proclamation of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. This is sponsored by myself, and as you can see, we all have our yellow golden Childhood Cancer Awareness Month ribbons on today. All right, good morning, everyone. Proclamations are typically a time where we're celebrating something, but there's often times where we have to raise awareness of really important topics, which is why we're here today. And that is to raise awareness of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, which is in September, but also to honor the life of a young boy, Henry John Abels Rodriguez. And so Taylor, Daniel, can I invite you guys to come up, and anyone else you would like to stand with you? For those who don't know, pediatric cancer is the leading cause of death, leading cause of disease-related death among children. I'm going to read that again. Pediatric cancer is the leading cause of disease-related death among children. And the Abels Rodriguez family, like so many others, have faced the unimaginable heartache of this disease. It's a little difficult for me to stand up here with you guys. These are just good family friends for me, and so I'm honored to be here to stand with you guys. And it's important that we raise awareness because, like the Abels Rodriguez family, we want to make sure that families that are going through this, they know that they're not alone in this journey. And so I got to meet Henry John a couple times. We all live in a very walkable neighborhood, and so my encounters with him were usually in front of a coffee shop. But today, we're here not just to raise awareness, but to honor the life of Henry John and the little that I did get to know about him. I think are opportunities for us to honor him by living like him, which was, he was brave, he was strong. He found opportunities to smile during the most difficult of times. And knowing these two, I'm sure he loved the sound of his parents' voice, and I'm sure you guys sung to him just about every day. Yeah. So I'm going to give you the mic, Taylor and Daniel, if you guys want to share any words about Childhood Cancer Awareness Month or anything relating to Henry John.
Thank you so much, Annalisa, and thank you to your team and everyone who helped put this together. Childhood Cancer Awareness Month happens every September, and a lot of people don't know about it. Our son passed away 9 days ago with a 2-year fight with brain cancer. I said I wasn't going to cry, but he, like Annalisa said, was despite everything, and we truly had every worst case scenario thrown at us, he was so joyful, and he loved his people, and he was just a happy, happy boy. So this is so important for us to bring awareness, because childhood cancer is not as rare as we hear that it is. We had a happy, healthy little boy until we didn't. And essentially our son isn't here because we ran out of treatment options, because his cancer wasn't super researched, super studied. It was a type of cancer that he was supposed to easily overcome. And so because the research wasn't behind it, we ran out of options. So it is important for us. We're huge advocates. We raise money for nonprofits that have helped us, programs that have helped us. We're very passionate about continuing that in his honor, because only 3.8% of the national budget for cancer research goes to pediatric cancer. 3.8% for kids. It's inexcusable. So in recognizing this month and in recognizing our boy, we hope that maybe any of you who did not know that this was Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and did not know that it was so severely underfunded might go out and do a little research yourself, find ways that you can get involved and share about this, because again, it's not as rare as you think it is. We love you, Henry John, and we're going to keep trying to make you proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. City Manager.
On behalf of the mayor, he wasn't able to be here this morning, but our sincerest condolences on the loss of your precious child. You're absolutely right. I mean, pediatric cancer is devastating to families. In our own City Hall family, in my office, Ruthie Quinto, her son was affected by pediatric cancer. Thank God he overcame it, but it was a very, very rough time on the family and devastating. As a matter of fact, when she saw this on the agenda, she said, I can't be in the council chambers for this. I will not hold it together. And that's a mother whose son overcame it. So your bravery today and your courage to be here, to be able to stand here to advocate on behalf of your son is amazing. So thank you, Council President. On behalf of the mayor, we all should be getting more involved. So thank you.
All right. So we do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 to be Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in recognition of Henry John Abels Rodriguez. And I promised the family that we would do this every September for as long as I'm here on the council. So thank you all for being here with us today, and your families here with us as well.
Council President?
Yes,
Is
Council
there
member.
any way we can support you, donate?
Yeah, we are very lucky to have a wonderful community that's really held us up during this time, but we are raising money for a really amazing nonprofit called Alex's Lemonade Stand, which was started by a child with pediatric brain cancer. And so they do everything. They fund research for pediatric cancer. They work on clinical trials. Our son was almost involved in a trial that they funded. They give gas cards to families. They did that for us. They help with any research or any resource that families might need. So Alex's Lemonade Stand is a great place to start. Yeah, that would mean everything to us if you would check them out. It's because it's Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month. There are lots of ways on their website to donate, and that would mean everything.
Thank you for asking, Council Member, and I'll work with my staff to make sure we link that on our webpage as well. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Certainly. Whereas childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among children under the age of 19 in the United States, with approximately 10,900 children and adolescents newly diagnosed each year. And whereas despite advancements in treatments and research, over 1,500 children in the U.S. lose their lives to cancer each year, with many others facing long-term effects from treatments. And whereas families affected by childhood cancer endure significant emotional, physical, and financial burdens, requiring strong community support. And whereas California accounts for over 2,500 new cases of pediatric cancer each year, including a considerable number from Fresno County, where hundreds of families are impacted by childhood cancer annually. And whereas we acknowledge the bravery and resilience of children battling cancer, as well as the dedication of their families, healthcare providers, and researchers who strive towards cures and improved survival rates, now reaching 80% thanks to medical advancements. However, too many children are affected by this deadly disease, and more must be done to raise awareness and find a cure. And whereas September is nationally recognized as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, urging Fresno's residents to raise awareness, promote education, and support organizations that provide essential care and conduct life-saving research. And whereas it is with heavy hearts that we dedicate this proclamation to one of our youngest constituents, Henry John Abels Rodriguez, who tragically passed away from childhood cancer. Henry was a courageous boy who cherished every moment spent with his family and found joy in listening to music, hugging his stuffed animals, and playing with his beloved shakes. He will be sorely missed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members encourage all residents, businesses, and organizations to join us in raising awareness, supporting families, and striving for a future where every child has the chance to grow up healthy and cancer-free. We do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 to be Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in recognition of Henry John Abels Rodriguez in the city of Fresno.
Next on the agenda, we have two proclamations. The first is for Dunn Transport, sponsored by my office. Good morning. I'm Council Vice President Mike Carbasi, representing Northwest Fresno, and I am thrilled to be here today to honor one of our special new emerging companies here in Fresno, and that is Dunn Transport. They launched in 2019, same year, coincidentally, I became a council member, so there you go. And I've always talked, especially recently, about the importance of economic development and how it's critical to the success of working families in Fresno. Moving goods is critical. You know, when you order, save up and order a new TV or that fancy shiny phone, it's got to get to your house from somewhere. And it's not something you think about. You just click a button and it gets there. But that takes logistics, and it's companies like Dunn Transport that make that possible. It makes the magic work behind the scenes. We had 8 local businesses in Fresno that were honored by Inc. magazine's annual list of 5,000 fastest growing companies. But Dunn Transport made it to the top 200, which is very significant. They grew at over 2,000% within 3 years. So we want to know what your secret is. We're going to hear from them, but we'd like to acknowledge on behalf of this city and applaud your success, which is now Fresno's success as well. So, great. Oh, thank you. Do you want to say anything? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, Council Vice President Carbasi, and the Fresno City Council for this recognition. We're really proud of our team and how far we've come. Being named Fresno's fastest growing company and listed as one of the fastest growing Central Valley businesses ever is a testament to our team's commitment to providing innovative business solutions that prioritize long-term trust and success for all the companies that we work with. We're proud to call Fresno our home, and we look forward to a bright future here with many new possibilities for our company and our city. Thank you again.
Great. Do you want to embarrass him by any chance? No, nothing? Okay. No secrets to share. Okay. But seriously, thank you so much, and we wish you success, and this city is always here to help you as you hopefully expand and grow more. Yeah. I'll hand this over to you.
On behalf of the mayor, congratulations. That's a very exciting honor to be recognized in that way. I think, as the council vice president said, everybody wants products, and sometimes the industry that you represent gets a rough time because of some advocacy groups that believe that things are going to magically appear in our lives, and we shouldn't have trucks on the road. This is great that we have a new company that is born, in Fresno and is going to be able to grow and be able to continue with economic growth. Because we need all the economic growth we can get in our city if we want to remain a healthy, vibrant city and have sufficient revenue to be able to provide those critical services, especially public safety. So congratulations, very exciting for you.
Okay, City Clerk, if you can read the proclamation into the record.
Whereas Dunn Transport launched in 2019 with the vision of elevating and broadening the services of its affiliated trucking company and has rapidly emerged as one of the leading names in logistics. In an industry organized around misaligned incentives, many transport companies have operated with a focus on maximizing their own profits at the expense of customer interests. This created inefficiencies, broken trust, and short-term relationships. And whereas Dunn Transport recognized that there was a crucial need for logistics companies to act more like fiduciaries, where their success is directly tied to the success of their customers. By aligning their incentives with those of their clients, Dunn Transport ensures that every decision from structural planning to cost management is made with the customer's best interest in mind. This customer-first approach has been a key driver behind the company's rapid growth and reputation. The logistics landscape has carved trust-driven partnerships, and Dunn Transport has stepped in to fill that void. And whereas ranked now as the 5th fastest growing logistics and transportation company in the United States and Fresno's fastest growing business, Dunn Transport has accomplished significant milestones in a short period. The company's talented team has cultivated an incredible operational framework that prioritizes innovation, customer satisfaction, and efficiency. Their collective commitment to building long-term, mutual beneficial partnerships has made Dunn Transport one of the most in-demand logistics provider in the country. And whereas, looking toward the future, Dunn Transport is strategically positioned to revolutionize how freight is moved. By embracing new technologies and innovative approaches, the company aims to build systems that provide smarter, more efficient solutions for shippers, ensuring sustainable growth for the company, its customers, and the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize and honor Dunn Transport Solutions, Inc. in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Up next, we have the proclamation for Sophia Lesseos Day.
Okay, come on up, and I want you to bring your whole crew with you. I want your mom up here, everybody. Yeah. So this one is bittersweet for me. So, Sophia has a history of what is called reporting hard news. And those are the stories that not all reporters want to report on. It's the stuff that takes a lot of work and investigation. It's the kind of work that keeps us honest. And Sophia is with Fox 26. If you haven't watched her programming, I hope you have, like I have. But you're also a certified drone pilot, which is a big deal. So getting those great shots, that's all you. But even President George W. Bush, who had a tumultuous relationship with the media, always praised the media, saying they're essential to democracy. And we're no exception here in the city of Fresno. And this one's for you, Gary. Maybe the county needs more media attention than the city, but I'm only teasing. But to lose an investigative journalist, I mean, you're going to go be with your family in Los Angeles, which is important. And meeting your mom, I would do the same thing. I get it. Wait, there she is. But I really enjoyed being able to, I'll say, work with you and have you here. And we have a history of strong Greek women in this city, as we've seen right next to me, and it's tough to lose you. But we have a really nice video that has been queued up. Anthony did a great job with that. So, City Clerk, if we can get that video going. And my hope is you'll enjoy it.
I spoke to one Corcoran woman who tells me she's been waiting 6 months to move into this home right here. And she's not the only one. 40 people in this neighborhood can't move into their home because they have no power. Jeffrey Herger was caught on this Ring camera right here, trying to open that gate right over there. Shaver Lake has gotten a lot of snow. Now, my height is 5'3", but this right here is about 20 feet. Listen, Monty, when I was out here earlier today, it was a complete mess. Tulare County is preparing for some of the worst floods it has ever seen, with many of the roads like this one currently underwater. Good evening, I'm Sophia Lesseos. Rich Rodriguez has the night off. Thanks for joining us tonight on this Easter Sunday.
Okay, what is there to say, Sophia? You are one of a kind. Your laugh is one of a kind. That is one thing we will definitely miss in our newsroom, but we're also going to miss just how much of a bulldog you are in terms of once you find a story, you don't let go. Corcoran, I'm sure, is going to thank you oh so much, as well as the rest of the Central Valley, for the work that you've done over the last couple of years you've been with us. We are certainly going to miss you and wish you the best of luck.
Sophia, weekends were great. Now it's off to bigger and better things in LA.
Hey there, Sophia. We're very happy for you on your next big move back home. I know what it feels like to be back in your roots, so we're very happy for you here at Fox 26 News. We're going to miss ya.
Sophia, it's probably still going to be hot as blazes on your day, but nevertheless, congratulations on that. It's been so much fun to work with you over the past year and a half. Good luck in the future.
Hey, Sophia, I'm really going to miss you. You know that. We're a couple of Southern California natives, so at least you're going back home, and I know you're going to do great, great things, but we are really going to miss you here. Bye, Sophia.
We wish you the very best, and come by and visit if you can. Or maybe we'll visit you when we're down there. Anyway, good luck and congratulations, Sophia.
Just a big congratulations to Sophia Lesseos for a great 2-year run here. She's done everything from producing to drone operating to MMJ, reporter, and just learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next. But it's a big deal for her to be recognized by the city of Fresno, so thank you very much.
I just want to add, Sophia, if you ever choose, if your journey brings you back to Fresno, we will always have a place for you here. Now, before you speak, I want to give your mom a chance to say a few words, and hoping you can tell us a fun story of why your daughter is so amazing, how you made her that way.
Well, thank you so much for honoring her. I mean, this is a huge, big thing, you know, for our family. And Sophia has always been a talker. I mean, we had to tell her, okay, it's quiet time. And she just wanted to tell her stories constantly, you know, and in high school, she was the editor of the yearbook for all the years, and she loves reporting. She really does, and she adored Fresno, you know, and so bigger and better things, yeah. And yeah, we love Fresno. You know, there's so much to Fresno. When you don't know Fresno, you think it's a small town, but it's not. There's so much to it. Just look at this gorgeous building. You know, Sophia was saying, Mom, they're honoring me, and they're going to make it a Sophia Lesseos Day, and I couldn't believe it. You know, I drove 3.5 hours to get here, and I'm like, hurry. And, you know, she's the love of my life. She really is. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Okay, Sophia, who else do we have here? I'll hold that for you while you talk. How about that?
I definitely told myself I was not going to cry, but seeing my coworkers and everybody else on TV, and even Mike, thank you so much for this. I am beyond just grateful for everything that you have done and the city of Fresno has done for me. Honestly, like everybody has said, I'm not originally from Fresno, I'm from Los Angeles, but when I moved to Fresno 2 years ago, the city of Fresno welcomed me with open arms. I absolutely love the Central Valley. I do. I love it so much. And I'm forever grateful for the opportunity to tell stories here. I'm forever grateful to speak up for the people who haven't been able to speak up for themselves. And I'm forever grateful to even come to the Central Valley and call Fresno my home. I've been calling Fresno my home for the last 2 years now. Yes, I'm originally from Los Angeles, but Fresno is an amazing city, and I don't think it gets the recognition as much as it should. I am so incredibly grateful for this and getting that recognition, because I never expected anything like that.
Well, we're grateful to have you. And you get some flowers too.
Thank you. So this is not goodbye, Fresno. This is just see you later. I really, truly love the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. City Clerk, if we could read the proclamation into the record.
Happily. Whereas Sophia Lesseos is a news reporter, multimedia journalist, and certified small unmanned aircraft drone pilot for KMPH Fox 26 News. Sophia joined the Fox 26 News team on October 11, 2022. During her time at KNDO, she worked on several different investigative stories, produced, anchored, sports reported, filled in for weather, and was regional MMJ for KHQ. Sophia excelled in telling stories that involved hard news, climate change, and investigations. And whereas Sophia was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, where she attended college at College of the Canyons, graduating with her associate's degree in journalism in 2019 and transferring to California State University, Northridge, graduating with her bachelor's in broadcast journalism in 2021. While at COC, she interned at the American Pavilion in Cannes, France, as a photographer at the Cannes Film Festival, living in France for a month. Sophia was a part of the Canyon News team, learning all the different aspects of the newsroom. And whereas, while at CSUN, she was the president of the Radio Television Digital News Association. During her senior year of college, she interned at KHTS in Santa Clarita, California, reporting breaking news in the SCV Valley. She was also an intern and production assistant at ABC7 in Los Angeles, working on various projects for the Faceism documentary series on the red carpet and Localish. Sophia was also a part of Valley Views News and KCSN, working in both a newsroom and radio station as a reporter, editor, writer, and anchor. In her senior year at CSUN, Sophia won the RTNA Hal Fishman Memorial Scholarship at the 71st Annual Golden Mike Awards in 2022. And whereas, we wish Sophia all the best as she returns to Los Angeles to be closer with her family. We thank her for the powerful and meaningful story she told for our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize and honor Sophia Maria Lesseos Day in the city of Fresno.
Wish you the best of luck, Sophia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our last proclamation is going to be the Fresno Animal Center presenting their Pet of the Month.
Thank you, Council President. I know the mayor usually is here to do this, and he wasn't able to make it, but so I'm actually excited about it because it's a puppy, and I am a dog person. So this is Nutmeg. And Nutmeg is a 10-week-old Chihuahua puppy. She is the last of a litter of 8. He's the last of a litter of 8 to find his forever home. He's very sweet, wiggly, full of love. He's already been neutered, so he is available to go home today. Adoption fee is waived. He's been neutered, microchipped, vaccinations, first round of flea and tick treatment. So this guy is packaged and ready to go. I think, we all know we have a serious pet overpopulation in Fresno. And we are not going, we have to approach it in many different ways. We're not going to adopt our way out of this problem. We're not going to spay and neuter our way out of the problem. We have to come at it from every single direction. So I'm hopeful that somebody's watching today that is going to be willing to take little Nutmeg home. I'm going to hand it over to you to say a couple more things while I get to hold this little guy.
So like we mentioned, Nutmeg is the last of a litter of 8. So all other 7 puppies have thankfully found their home. Little Nutmeg is still looking for his. Like we mentioned, like City Manager mentioned, we do have an overpopulation of pets, and we often see very young puppies enter the Fresno Animal Center. So we are always looking for fosters and adopters. If you're unable to foster or adopt, you can always help us by spreading the word, volunteering, following us on social media. We are Fresno Animal Center on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Our center is open every day from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. except Thursdays. All adoption fees are waived, and they include spay and neuter, microchip, flea and tick, and vaccines. You can also find us at the fair. It's the first year that we'll be at the fair this year, so stop by and pick up a new furry friend. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Thank you.
No takers, free to a good home. Dream Center, anyone? Tyler? All right, up next, we have council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Council Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep it brief. Thank you for everyone who showed up to Why Not Wednesdays. It was a successful event this last week. We had more than 4,000 visitors to downtown Fresno. And I appreciate the mayor's commitment. We were there till 9 o'clock at night, walking the corridor, making sure everything went well, and making adjustments for the next month's event that will take place on October 16th. And then one quick reminder, on October 3rd at noon, we'll do the official ribbon cutting for Hotel Fresno. Folks are moved in, and the first floor lobby that's historic and amazing is fully refurbished. So I invite everyone to attend and take a tour of Hotel Fresno. That's been completely renovated after a $42 million investment in that renovation of the historical asset. Again, Thursday, October 3rd at noon. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to take the time to thank you guys, my colleagues, for supporting one of my motions this past budget. We set aside $100,000 for the Central Valley Honor Flight. If you guys haven't heard of the Central Valley Honor Flight, it's a really amazing nonprofit. They send a lot of veterans multiple times every year to go to Washington, D.C. They're greeted by our congressional delegation from right here in the Central Valley. They go on tours. They're able to see memorials with the names etched into those memorials of people that they fought alongside in the Korean and Vietnam War. And when they come back, there are hundreds and hundreds of people at our Fresno airport waiting to greet them, which is really important because when a lot of these folks came back from war 50 years ago, they were not greeted with respect and a warm homecoming. And so we were able to set aside $100,000. We're going to be able to send another 70 veterans to Washington, D.C. next month. And it's just really amazing to be able to hear their stories when they come back. You know, talk to 80 and 90-year-old guys who are pretty stoic. They very rarely crack a smile, but when they get off that plane, they have tears in their eyes because they have never had an experience or that honor in their lifetime. And so I was proud to announce that, provide them with that donation that we set aside for them in that budget. They were very grateful and appreciative, and I just want to thank you guys again for supporting that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick items. I want to thank our partners over at United Health Centers. Yesterday we had a ribbon cutting celebration for the very first cancer screening machine that will be available for South Fresno. It will be at their health clinic over at Minnewawa and Kings Canyon. So it was actually really great to hear. During the pandemic, there were a lot of backlogs, and UHC being a partner for us and helping us not just with the clinic in Callaway, but that one as well. Our residents will now not have to drive 4.8 miles to the North Fresno medical complexes. We'll have those services right here in our own backyard. And then also want to thank our anonymous donor for a couple weeks ago. We did the senior AC program, and we had quite a bit of a wait list. We did have somebody step up and come forward, so now everybody on our wait list will be receiving an AC unit. And also want to thank our iron workers for their partnership in this work too. With that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, Council Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, I want to thank the mayor, my colleagues Miguel Arias and Tyler Maxwell for initiating the no camping ordinance that went into effect on Monday. Also want to thank the city attorney and our police who are working at enforcing this. Just yesterday, I saw several people on median islands. One guy actually sitting in a chair in the median island. The fact is we want to help people as long as they are willing to pursue help. But there is a subculture of these folks out there who are engaged in criminal activity and drugs, violating laws, violating the rights of our residents, our businesses. And the city is very serious about cracking down on that and not allowing this kind of criminal behavior to continue. And so I appreciate everyone working together to get this problem addressed. I think the message is going to go out to that subculture of folks who are not interested in help and want to continue drug use and these kinds of things, that the city of Fresno is not going to tolerate it. And I think people will see tremendous improvements with some of these issues in the upcoming months and, frankly, years. So I want to thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, Council Member Esparza.
Yes, Council President, a few things. I want to extend a big thank you to District 7 residents, Mrs. Scott, over in the Manchester Park neighborhood. She hosted a successful Neighbors Night Out event at her home this past week. It's always great to see residents and neighbors come together just to discuss how we can improve our neighborhoods and work together to make things happen. So I want to thank everyone involved and who made the effort to be out there in terms of the neighbors and residents. We have some new community resources in District 7, in and around District 7. I would like to take a moment to congratulate a few different organizations who do outstanding work for our community. The first one is organization in D7 is FIRM. They have the grand opening of their Refugee Welcome Center, and had the privilege of attending that with my staff. Every Neighborhood Partnership had a grand opening of their new building, and Bold Age PACE, which is the grand opening of a new senior care facility. So my staff and I, again, had the pleasure of attending these grand opening events last week to celebrate these big milestones and accomplishments. And again, congratulations to the three different organizations. And lastly, I hope everyone had time to come out to Greek Fest this past weekend. It was really a fantastic celebration, as it is every single year. I didn't make it the last 2 days, but I did spend the entire time there from opening to opening to closing on Friday. It was really a great time. Always great to see the community come together with the church there. And that'll be it for me, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, Council Vice President Carbasi.
Thank you, Madam President. First off, I want to request if we can adjourn in memory on the name of Ramiro U. Estalila Jr., who was a Filipino-American immigrant to Fresno, a longtime resident who was an associate professor at Fresno State and had the distinction of being inducted into the World Martial Arts Hall of Fame as the first Filipino doctor of martial arts. Next, I wanted to just offer some kudos to Fresno PD, Clovis Unified, Trustee Clint Olivier, and especially Linda Amparano, and the principal, Debbie Bowles of Pinedale Elementary, for being strong advocates for the neighborhood. They have faced, that is the border of Districts 2 and 6, in fact, and they have faced at Blackstone and Herndon a lot of problems with the unhoused. Again, this is not a statement against the unhoused, but there are people that unfortunately are drug addicted and are exhibiting those behaviors in front of the school on the pathway kids have getting to the community center or getting home. It is bleeding onto the campus where people have had to be arrested on campus for causing disturbance to the kids. These kids go through a lot, and to have to see that every day is a major problem. And I also want to give kudos to code enforcement as well, City Attorney, for their help in alleviating, coming up with a long-term solution to this problem. And then had a nice visit with Catherine Audero, who's the principal of Bullard Talent, on some of the issues they're having out there on traffic safety. I think they have some really reasonable asks, and working with Public Works, we're going to be able to help move traffic around as parents drop off their kids and pick their kids up. Yesterday had a really, a couple days ago had a really great meeting with the County Public Health Department and learned a lot more about the plethora of services they offer, things that we probably assume or don't even know that they offer. It was really amazing, from the TB clinic to trying to, in communities like Fresno, which has 60% of the population, to rural communities all over. Their level of responsibility is very vast, and I want to thank Joe Prado and his team for taking the time to meet with me and educate me. And to piggyback off of Councilmember Esparza, Greek Fest was a lot of fun. Great job. Kudos for Public Works and Parks. Parks, Aaron Aguirre and your staff and City Manager's Office, great work on the Pinedale pool. We were able to keep that pool, get it repaired, get it operational. It stayed open longer. TJ Miller, thank you so much for your help with that. This will be the last weekend the pool is open because temperatures are, believe it or not, finally dropping, and attendance is also dropped at the pool. So Sunday's the last day to go swimming in Pinedale at the community pool. You have your own pool, you can do what you want. And then Public Works, thank you to staff on many, many projects, especially median work along Herndon and the new left turn phasing signal at Van Ness and Herndon, which was long overdue. It just was activated yesterday, and I think folks are getting used to it, and they're excited about it. Thank you, Scott and Jill, Randall, and everyone on your team for making that possible. Almost done. I want to also, Temple Beth Israel is proudly in District 2, and I want to offer our fellow Jewish American community a happy Rosh Hashanah. It's next week, and I want to let the community know they are, of course, always welcome, and we're proud to have Temple Beth Israel as part of Fresno's community. And then lastly, I do want to talk a little bit about an issue in the media about Fresno State. I'm a very proud Fresno State alum, and there was some media coverage about President Saul Jimenez Sandoval. I was pretty surprised. There was a petition calling for his removal, and of course there have been some subsequent stories where one of the unions has backtracked. And I know that when you're the president of Fresno State or any big organization or the mayor of Fresno, you are by just default going to get criticism. The problem I have here is Dr. Jimenez Sandoval and his family, they are truly good people. That man does not have a mean bone in his body. And I was just really surprised because I know that when you're doing labor negotiations, which we do a lot of here at the city of Fresno, it gets personal and emotional. I can totally understand that. But the problem with rhetoric in America is to win for some people means destroying an entire person's livelihood and credibility. And I think that was wholeheartedly unfair. I think we can have these tough conversations and we can have joint success without tearing each other down. And I want to offer my full support for President Jimenez Sandoval because he just doesn't strike me as the kind of person that they were describing in the media articles. And I'm so glad to Associated Students and to the Teachers Faculty Association for kind of just taking a step back and meeting and trying to resolve these issues. So to you and your family, I'm sorry you had to go through this, and I thank you for your service to make Fresno better. And that is my report, Council President. Thank you so much to my colleagues for their patience.
Thank you, Council Vice President. So I had the opportunity to spend a few days last week in Washington, D.C. for a League of Cities conference. And one of the highlights there was the ability to utilize their vast network of Class 4 bikeways in Washington, D.C. And I know that our teams here are doing a lot of work to increase bicycle infrastructure, specifically to increase the number of protected Class 4 bikeways here in the city of Fresno. And it's come with a lot of pushback from the community who do not like these Class 4 bikeways. And I understand some of the concerns because I live right off of one of the Class 4 bikeways. And so we've heard a number of concerns related to traffic congestion, amongst other reasons. But It was very interesting how easy it is to move around a city when they have taken the time to really invest in their bikeways. And so I want to thank Director Mosher and your team for all the work that they are doing to increase alternative modes of transportation here in the city of Fresno. I got to ride my bike from downtown DC all the way to Georgetown, and it was incredible how safe it was. Here in the city of Fresno, we sometimes have a hard time with change. Change is rarely unanimous, and Class 4 bikeways is no exception. And so while I understand a lot of the frustrations that have come from these Class 4 bikeways, I do want to commend our team for making the continued investment, to commend this council for supporting alternative modes of transportation, and to encourage our residents to utilize them. They are a great investment that I think we could do a better job taking advantage of. And then I too would like to adjourn today's meeting. In addition to Council Vice President, it was Ramiro?
E. Estela Lila Jr.
Okay, so in addition to him, I would also like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Henry John Abels Rodriguez. Thank you very much. We're gonna forego the additional reports and comments from others, and so at this time, we're gonna move on to scheduled hearings and matters. Up first is our 9:15 a.m. item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD 9, annexation number 60. The hearing will be held as follows. We'll hear a presentation from staff. We will take property owner presentation if they wish to present. We'll take questions from the council members. We'll open it up for a public hearing, and then we will discuss and take action. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President. Adrian Gonzalez, Supervising Engineering Technician with the Public Works Department. So this is the required public hearing to annex Assessor's Parcel Number 487-150-45S and 46S into CFD number 9. This is a commercial development that's located in Council District 5. It's located off of Jensen and Cedar. The public improvements that are related to this project are including a trail, landscaping, sidewalk, and street lights. The cost of services to maintain these facilities totals $4,020.50. That is going to be levied annually with the typical 2% yearly escalator. We have received the ballot from the property owner in favor of the annexation. They did advise me that they are tuning in online. They are not present. So we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Does the property owner wish to say a few words? Are they on, do you know their name so we can identify them on Zoom? Rosemary? Yeah. Okay, do we have Rosemary on Zoom? No, Rosemary? Okay. All right. Any questions from the council?
I'll make the motion, Council President.
Well, let me take it out to public comment first, sure. And then we'll take motions. Does any member of the public wish to provide public comment on the 9:15 a.m. item? Seeing no one. Councilmember Chavez, you wanted to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve.
Second. Okay, motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Bredefield. This is the 9:15 a.m. item. Did I close the hearing? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 5-0. Up next is the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD 18, annexation number 001. Good morning.
Hello again, Adrian Gonzalez, Public Works Department. So this is the required public hearing to annex tract 6362 into Community Facilities District number 18, which is the police and fire CFD. Lennar is a developer constructing a 194-lot single-family home subdivision in the Park West development, which is located in your district, Council District 1. So this tax is going to be levied to fund public safety services, so for police and fire. The cost is $164 per lot. Again, that is levied annually with that typical 2% yearly escalator. We have received the ballot in the affirmative in favor of the annexation. I do not believe Lennar is present today, but staff is available for any questions.
And also, this is a requirement of the development agreement with Park West.
Understood. I have Council Vice President Carbasi with a question.
I don't want to hash out this conversation too much. We've talked about these. So just to be clear, like community facilities districts, it's, forgive my rough explanation, it's kind of like having an HOA. The city administers it, but basically the funds collected go to the benefit of the neighborhood in the area from landscaping, lighting, and things like that, correct?
Correct, yeah, it is,
Okay.
it is a special tax district to either fund public improvements or services. Sure. In this case, it's going to be for the police and fire.
So my question, though, is are they getting enhanced services from police and fire? Because right now, for example, where I live, I don't have, it's not, or where my dad lives, it's not a new neighborhood. They don't pay a CFD. They don't pay for police and fire coverage. Is this enhanced, or is this the same standard of service that we all do benefit from in this city?
Yes.
Our director might have a better answer to that.
Sure.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. In terms of enhanced services, the challenge being as it's only one or two subdivisions, that's difficult to immediately move that up. Right. But what the Nexus study had shown in the analysis was that new residential development, single family and multifamily, with just the base property taxes was not revenue neutral. Right. That in fact that was necessary in order to fund police and fire services at that level. What we would anticipate as staff as that grows, as CFD 18 grows, that will get to the point where then there's flexibility for future councils and administrations for things like funding the cost of police. Perhaps it's a report writing station, perhaps it's a substation, and those dedicated costs.
Well, I appreciate the openness to that. For me, I'm really concerned about fairness. Now, I do appreciate the logic of wanting to make sure these new developments pay for themselves. And one of the reasons why they may not in this case is because in the early 90s, a previous mayor and previous council members basically gave our tax base away to the county to force development in the preferred area, which was downtown and, I'm sorry, I don't have the right term, I apologize, but to prevent development on the periphery. So we get a much smaller portion of that, despite the higher land values in those areas, which is very unfortunate. It was completely negligent, but that was, I don't know, I was like 5 years old when that happened. Anyways, is there anything that's codified in the development agreement or in policy that, I understand it's one or two subdivisions, but in the future there will be a guarantee of enhanced services? Because the problem I have is people are being asked to pay higher taxes when on their property tax when it comes to school districts. We have all these measures or different entities, and it's tougher. It adds up for folks, and it really affects the affordability of housing. Now we're going to start making people pay for an essential city service we're obligated to provide at the same level everyone else has, but they don't pay for it, and now these people have to pay for it, and these are working class family homes. That's my concern. Are there any plans because I'd like to eventually support CFD 18s. I get the logic behind it. Is there any guarantee or eventually there will be some form of enhanced service?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at, the rules of CFDs, the funding collected in that CFD has to be spent in that CFD. So when we get to the point of being able to have enough critical mass and being able to bring the service level up, we have to, so if there's theoretically extra money, it has to be spent in that CFD area. So I think that will be a policy decision at the time of how a service is increased. And there's a number of ways to do it, very similar to what we do with landscaping, right? In certain parts of the city that are covered by landscaping, they have a higher level of service and landscaping because their critical mass, we're able to do the basic service for an affordable cost. We have a little bit of extra, so we may have more shrubs in that area. So, you know, I do want to remind you that, you know, as a condition of this development coming into the city, you know, we were very concerned about bringing this number of homes into the city because we didn't have sufficient tax revenue, as you've stated, per the tax sharing agreement, to provide basic services. So that's why the annexation into the new CFD was a condition of the development agreement.
Fair enough. And it's a bit of a chicken and the egg situation because, and this is historic decisions predating this administration that were made that have moved working family market rate housing outside of the city, and that property tax base has been lost, which hurts us. At the same time, we want to make sure we have more housing that pays for itself, and I get that. It's just the idea of making people pay for a service no one else has to pay for just because of where they live. It seems like, to me, a special tax. But I really like what I'm hearing. The administration's open to eventually adding a potentially a report writing station or something, an enhanced service that stays in that neighborhood, whatever it may be. And I apologize, I have not spoken to the Council President Perea on this beforehand. This is just piggybacking off of my previous thoughts on CFD 18. And I want to just plant this out there. Maybe, we're not doing development agreements anymore, I know that, but maybe we can come up with a policy for CFD 18s that say as it's eventually, when it gets to a certain point where that critical mass is reached, this is the menu of potential enhanced services we will offer. At some point, maybe we can get to that point.
And Council, I'd add, currently, again, we're at the early stages. They're being annexed, added to the tax roll. In this current fiscal year, just because of where they're added to the tax roll, that revenue is not in yet. We would see CFD 18 revenues being built in the fiscal year 26 budget. And then we'll need to determine where that goes. And just to me, at least, an obvious choice is we have, currently we have Fire Station 18, our newest facility in the city that is serving the Park West residences. And, you know, we need to operate that facility and ensure fully staffed firefighters, and that would be an eligible use of those dollars to ensure Station 18 is fully operational to serve the new residents.
And that's a good point. But to be clear, though, like to pay for the station or new parks or new substations, there is an impact fee developers pay for that probably get transferred to the resident eventually when they buy the home. But we do collect impact fees as well.
For the capital cost.
For the capital cost. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate the administration's patience on this.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have Councilmember Arias punched up.
I was just trying to follow, maybe the Vice President can just clarify for me. Did I follow the discussion correctly that we are, that CFDs are eligible to fund capital and operational costs of public safety services?
Yes, Council. So as Mr. Gonzalez mentioned, under State of California law, Mello-Roos, as it's known, that structure can be used for financing capital improvements, or what typically is on the agenda most meetings, as there are quite a few today, are annexing into maintenance districts the city has formed. As far as funding capital...
Have we ever applied that in the city?
Yes, we have. This council has approved Mello-Roos financing for example, the Fancher Creek Town Center and the Fancher Creek Business Park. In both cases, the way those usually go, the developer will finance infrastructure against that, and then that is a special tax levied on the property, and then those annual revenues from the taxes, then that repays the bond debt.
I guess I'm making the distinction between infrastructure, which at least in my definition is streets, curbs, gutters, pavement, sidewalks, street lights. I'm hearing the conversation as we can now charge for fire stations and police stations and operational services, which are typically general fund obligations. Is that the case?
We have, and this is getting into a different conversation, but yes, we have had conversations with different developers about the cost of improvements in their area. There are structures that allow them to do that, but generally developers are seeking to avoid that because then you do have a difference in the homes, and sometimes the concern from developers is affordability. If they're marketing a home with a Mello-Roos tax levy of, an extra, say, $1,000 or $2,000 a year to pay for those types of facilities. But yes, it is a viable structure.
Thank you, Director. Is the applicant here? All right. I'm going to open up for public comment. This is on the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item. Would anyone like to comment on this item? This is the 9:20 a.m. number 1 annexation item. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Peace be with you. My name is Fernando Paul Elizondo. I'm a retired federal government inspector. On this annex, one word will describe what it is. It's revenue. Bottom line is, like you said, you made people pay for it, and then you make others not pay for it. That's a double standard. That seems to be the law around here. Who's going to benefit from this? City, revenue, eventually abate it. They take the property away from these people. That's why you have so much people losing their homes, because of the worst public enemy number 1, City Council of Fresno. That's public enemy number 1. This is in the process of how you do it. You annexed. You don't even keep up the word of annex. Annex means grandfathered. You don't have to bring it up. I have a house that's on annex. That's why I looked it up. When the code enforcement came on me, I said, who pays the taxes? You or me? They don't even have PR. They're not even certified inspectors. Why do you do this and continue to do it when it's not benefit to the citizens of Fresno? It's just revenue for your so-called retirement fund. So why do you continue to do it? When people rebuttal and say it's wrong, do the right thing. Do what's for the people, not for what you want, your needs. You're going to be short-lived anyway. A lot of you are retiring or moving out. What are you going to do when you don't got no money? Then you're going to find out there is a God, and he punishes those who do wrong to others. Like Mr. Cavasi said, you got to respect others. I'm a federal, well, not only a federal USDA inspector, I was a Vietnam veteran. I hold one of the highest medals in the world, combat infantry badge. You didn't even leave the States, and you call yourself a veteran? You're an NG. NG
Thank you. I'm going to end your public comment, Fernando. Thank you very much. As a reminder, we are only taking public comment on the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item. Are there any additional members who would like to speak at this time? Please come up. Seeing no one, we will close the public comment period for this item. Council, any discussion or action? This is the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item. Can I get a motion? Okay. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Butterfield and a second by Council Vice President. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. We're going to move on to the 9:25 a.m. number 1 item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD 11 annexation number 151. Good morning.
Yes, this is my last one, I promise. Adrian Gonzalez, Public Works Department. So, as stated, this is the required public annexation to annex track 6362 into Community Facilities District number 11. So, as previously mentioned, this is a new subdivision being constructed in the Park West development. The public improvements that are related to this project are going to include a trail, landscaping, concrete facilities, street and trail lights, along with local street paving. The cost of services to maintain these facilities is going to total $1,114.35. That is going to be for each lot, levied annually with that typical escalator. We have received the ballot from the property owner in the affirmative in favor of annexation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here and wishes to speak on this item? All right, any questions from the council? Hearing none, I will open it up for public comment. This is the 9:25 a.m. number 1 item. Okay, I see no one wishing to provide comment on this item, so I will close the public comment period and bring it back up to the council for any discussion and action. Oh, okay, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, and I'll second that. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0. Next is the 9:35 a.m. item, actions pertaining to adopting an ordinance granting non-exclusive roll-off franchises. Do we have a presentation from staff? Good morning.
Good morning. Ahmed Al-Kayat with Department of Public Utilities. On August 15th, 2024, your council approved the resolution of intention 2024-187 and introduced the bill on August 29th, 2024, establishing a non-exclusive roll-off collection franchise system for private haulers under the City Charter, Article 13, Section 1300. The most recent application requires City Council approval to be added to the list of franchisees. Staff recommends that your council hold this public hearing, adopt the ordinance, and authorize the Director of Public Utilities to execute the agreements granting 4 franchises: Big Bros Dumpsters Rentals, E&E Transport, Everyday Junk Removal and Hauling, and UC Cleanup Services, each a non-exclusive roll-off franchise collection service with the City of Fresno. And I'm here to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Is the applicant here by chance? I do not see them. I'm going to move on to questions from council. At first, I have Councilmember Arias.
Just one question, staff. Have you guys done an assessment if any of these potential new vendors have any claims against the city? We have any citations against them as business? And I'm assuming you all checked that they have active business license with the city?
Yes, they go through an extensive application process that takes all these into consideration. And when it's final and approved, we bring it for approval.
Second question, is there anybody that was left off anyone that was left off the list that we are not approving today that applied?
No, actually, no, we're not.
Okay.
We only have 4 applicants.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve the 9:35 a.m. item by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
Council President, did we take that one out to the public? We did? Thank you.
Okay, I do have a 10 a.m. scheduled public comment. This is the appearance by the Fresno Valley Dream Center to discuss Love Note evidence-based curriculum. Are you guys ready? Yes. Okay. And I was told you're going to do this in 3 minutes or less.
It's going to be hard, but we'll do our best.
Wonderful. Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor, President Perea, Vice President Carbasi, council members, District 4 Councilman Tyler Maxwell, Craig Jones, Valley Dream Center, Suzette Kelly, who's been a tremendous help to me this go-round. It's my 4th time in front of you. About 2 years ago, I brought a group of 15 youth in. They told you a little about our program, and 4 of them decided to get up and speak. I'm going to let everybody sitting out here know this is my 4th year, and I'm still nervous, okay? So it's okay to be nervous. We teach youth in a 15-hour course a little about themselves and relationships, why it's important to be number one to yourself and treat others like you want to be treated. It's a 15-hour course, and the reason we're here is because we want to give them a look at what leadership looks like and let them know how Fresno works. They live in Fresno, they need to know where decisions are made and if they have a challenge or an issue, where to come. I want to thank the council for being so generous to us to allow them to see you in action and to come up and speak and learn about city government. I've had, like I said, 4 classes. Most I've ever had volunteer to speak at this has been 4 people. When I said might be a little longer, I've got 8 people that just can't wait to speak to you folks. So they know to keep it short, but at the same time, I want to sincerely thank you for allowing us this opportunity. I want to thank Judy Patton, Bo Story, and my parents, which is something that hasn't happened before, for coming out and supporting their kids. All right? And I'll leave it at that. I'm going to bring up the group, starting with Alexandria, and everybody that signed up to speak, if you can come up and stand behind Alexandria, and we can get through this. This student has come for a second go-round. She's a teacher's assistant. Right here.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandria Kofarubia. I'm 20 years old, and I am currently attending Fresno City College in the nursing pathway. Being a TA in a class that teaches healthy relationships to the community is incredibly rewarding. It involves helping participants understand key concepts like effective communication, empathy, and conflict resolution. One of the most valuable lessons I have learned was the importance of communication, which has improved my relationships, not just with my significant other, but to my friends, my families, and even the people in this class. Additionally, I gained insights into the importance of creating expectations and the importance of setting healthy boundaries. This experience has enriched my understanding and equipped me to help others build strong, positive relationships. Thank you.
Hello, and good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Randall. I'm currently 19, and at the Valley Dream Center, through the Love Notes class, I've learned how that I am also important to the community, to myself, to all my family, my friends, and colleagues at work. The Valley Dream Center really benefited me in how to become a better person and how to speak out to the community whenever need be. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
I'm Zanaya, and I'm 16. I go to Clovis East. In Love Notes, I learned that healthy relationships are the best relationships to have, that you have to build a relationship with yourself. You have to know yourself, your standards, and what you believe is a healthy relationship. I believe a healthy relationship includes the qualities of communication, trust, and respect. Having communication is an important key in a relationship, to know that you and the person are on the same page, because if you're not, the relationship will always be rocky. Same with trust and respect. If a person doesn't have the qualities, settling for that is going below your standards and can lead to unhealthy and toxic relationships, which is not good for anyone's mental. There are many more great qualities to have in maintaining a healthy relationship, and this class, Love Notes, does a wonderful job at teaching that.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Markel. I am currently 20 years old,
In this 8-week class of Love Notes, not only did I learn about forming better relationships with a significant other or even a family member or friends, I learned about the relationship with myself, whether it's mental or physical. This class benefited me onto how I can go about with being more confident, whether it's in myself or even things that I do. Also learned not letting past trauma affect me in the present, or how to reflect, build, and present, and how to deal with my issues better. I definitely would recommend this class, or even open minds to those who have the same issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Kimala. I'm 14, go to Clovis East High School. And in this class of Love Notes have taught me a lot. Not only that, but have opened my mind to a lot of things I didn't know about. This class taught me to know my worth, know what I'm capable of, giving me a big head start to be something in life. Love Notes is not all about girlfriend, boyfriend. It's a bond with mom, dad, aunties, uncles. They let me know of a valued person I am, good things to do, some things I shouldn't do. They give us advice to speak up in relationships. Like I said, knowing our worth. I recommend this class to be for lots more people.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Morris Foster Jr. I'm 14 years old. I'm a member of the program Love Notes. Throughout these weeks, I was taught valuable information on healthy relationships and how to have healthy relationships with others. I also learned the most important relationship is with yourself, and you should never adjust your boundaries for someone's disrespect. All the information that I learned has helped me these past weeks to form better relationships with others in my family, at school, and in communities. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugene. I'm 17, go to Crescent View West High School. While spending a couple weeks in this class, it really touched my mind and taught me a lot I needed to know about, and that's including my relationships with people like my family members, lovers, even strangers, and how to lead my future life in a better way. I learned a lot can affect many areas of your life depending on how toxic and unhealthy the relationships can be. It can lead you to things such as physical health problems, social isolations, anxiety or depression, even feelings of guilt, shame, and responsibility. All these related issues can make it challenging fear to trust in people nowadays, which makes you only want to depend on yourself. And with all these issues can come to some really mental health consequences. This is really the reason why people should try to join these classes, to learn how to build better relationships, because you can develop and be a better person for yourself, including for others that come into your life. Now, another thing in this class taught me you can have the power to change and grow, understanding that one past does not define one destiny. You can learn from past experience and apply those lessons to shape a better future, because your destiny is not fixed, it's shaped by your present choices and actions. I learned some things to build a good relationship, and the main one is treating people how you want to be treated, and starting with understanding oneself by knowing your values, like what's important to me in my life and what do I stand for and believe in. Another is knowing that love is very patient. I learned you can have a deeper connection with people, having forgiveness, self-control, understanding, communication, and being able to trust. Next is achieving goals, which I would want to push anybody to achieve what they want to be as, and want them to expect the same from me. It's a lot more to build your relationship better, but I learned to know that most of all these can lead to a stronger, healthier, and better long-lasting relationship. I really love being in this class. It taught me more than I thought, and I hope another time I'll be able to come here and speak again. God bless. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Patrick. I'm 18, and I learned a lot in Love Notes. It really changed me as a person, actually. It impacted my life. I learned that I focus on my goals, myself, and how to make myself a better person, you know. And my classmates have learned a lot from this, too. I studied it, and I learned that if you can't love yourself, then you can't love others, because you got to know what you want, what you stand by. And I learned how you treat, like, friends, like lovers, even bosses. And it's a skill that can help many people in the long term in life. and I feel like everyone should like study it and learn it, because it's a valuable skill that everyone should learn, especially in like speaking in big crowds. It helps you with that. Like, it's more things that more social, so you can get out there and speak in front of others too, have conversations, understand and support others' dreams and goals. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have our last speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is TJ. I'm 14 years old. In the past week, in the Love Notes class, it taught me a lot about relationships. In my opinion, I think unhealthy relationships bring a lot of problems and stress to young teens and young adults. And it's important to have healthy relationships with all people around you. And I also learned before you can have a healthy relationship with other people, you need to have a healthy relationship with yourself. That's it.
Wonderful. Thanks again to the Valley Dream Center. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. We're going to move on to the 9:40 a.m. item. This is actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title interest of a parcel to benefit the Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation project. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Nancy Bruno, Supervising Real Estate Agent, Capital Projects Department. The item before you today is a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity for the construction of the Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation project to acquire fee title interest of assessors parcel numbers 451-07117 and 451-07134, owned by Arthur and Patricia Velasquez and occupied by Arts Auto Body and Paint. This hearing is to determine whether this parcel is necessary for the project. It has been the practice of staff to continue negotiations with property owners, even after the adoption of a resolution of necessity, in hopes to not proceed to court. On September 23rd, the city received a signed purchase and sale agreement from the property owners. Excuse me. In the event council adopts this resolution of necessity, staff will not move forward with filing an action in court unless we are unable to close this escrow for any reason. In an effort to meet obligation deadlines and maintain excuse me, the project schedule, the step in determining the necessity of the parcel for the project is critical. Staff have prepared a slide presentation to familiarize council and the public with the right-of-way acquisition process, as well as provide information about the project and the impacts to the specific parcel. The right-of-way acquisition process begins with staff or our consultants contacting the property owner, introducing them to the project, and explaining how it impacts their property. Fair market value is determined through an appraisal. The owner is invited to accompany the appraiser to the appraiser's site visit to share information about the property that they may feel affect the value. When the first written offer is presented to the owner, they are advised of their right to obtain an independent appraisal of the property, for which the city will reimburse reasonable costs up to $5,000. As part of the process, the owner and/or occupant of the parcel are advised that they may be entitled to relocation benefits and reimbursement of moving expenses. The city's relocation consultant works closely with them to determine the level of eligibility and assist in identifying a replacement location for their business if desired. During negotiations and title clearance, the process can go two ways. If the terms are acceptable to all, the agreement is signed, and the city would proceed to close escrow and obtain possession of the parcel. If there are failed negotiations, title issues, or lack of participation in negotiations by the property owners, staff would recommend council consider an adoption of the resolution of necessity. If council adopts a resolution for this parcel today, staff will continue to work towards a successful close of escrow. Should that not occur, the acquisition will be referred to the city attorney's office, who will proceed to file an eminent domain case action with the courts. As part of this process, an order for possession will be requested from the courts so the city may proceed with the project at this parcel. Austin's now going to further describe the project.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Austin Bain. I am a licensed professional engineer with Transportation Project Management. I will be providing a summary of the project, current status and schedule, and how the project impacts the parcels for this item. The proposed project will eliminate two existing at-grade railroad crossings at Blackstone Avenue and McKinley Avenue. As a result, it will increase safety, traffic flow, and operations. There have been 4 fatalities at these crossings in the last 10 years. With the construction of this project, the conflict between pedestrians and vehicles with the trains will be eliminated. This project would benefit the nearby community and visitors to the area. We have received project funding through a state TIRCP grant, an LPP grant, and local FCTA Measure C funds. This slide provides an aerial overview of the proposed project limits. The project would be separating the railroad from the streets. Both Blackstone Avenue and McKinley Avenue would be reconstructed under the existing tracks. This would create an elevation difference of about 25 feet at the tracks and about 14 feet at the intersection. Due to these elevation differences, retaining walls will need to be constructed. The affected parcels are outlined in red, situated at the east side of Blackstone Avenue, just north of the BNSF railroad tracks. This slide provides a rendering of the existing conditions and the elevation differences after construction. The elevation differences can be seen for both Blackstone and McKinley. The retaining walls are also visible in this exhibit. The schedule presented is laid out to meet our funding obligation deadlines. Design is anticipated to be completed by fall 2025.
If I may interrupt, City Clerk, it's not showing up on our screens. Thank you. We actually do pay attention.
So this schedule presented is laid out to meet our funding obligation deadlines. Design is anticipated to be completed by fall 2025. Right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to be completed by summer 2025. The project construction is anticipated to begin in spring 2026 and complete in spring 2029. This exhibit shows how the parcels for this item are impacted. Portions of the parcels will be needed for the proposed project improvements, including the sidewalk and retaining walls. The parcels will not be accessible due to the retaining walls and elevation difference. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff recommends council adopt the resolution of necessity determining these parcels are needed for the project and authorize an eminent domain action to acquire the fee title interests. Staff is available if there are any further questions.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant here by chance? All right, I'm going to take questions from the council. Up first, I have Council Member Arias.
Thank you, staff. I know you guys have gotten sharper and more concise, so we really appreciate the quality of work here. You mentioned that you received an agreement for sale.
That's correct, 2 days ago.
What's the purchase price agreement?
It's the appraised value and a negotiated amount after that, including IPRs and loss of goodwill.
What's the amount, the appraised value? I don't need an exact amount, but approximate. What are we looking at?
Of the purchase price, I believe it's $1.3 million.
So in essence, you essentially have a sales agreement. If escrow does not close for some reason, then we give you the authority to proceed with acquisition of the property.
That's correct. It would be at the appraised price. The eminent domain case would be filed at the appraised price, not on the negotiated amount.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on item, this is the 9:40 a.m. item. Please come up at this time.
It's regarding this item, right?
The 9:40 a.m. item?
Yes.
Good
My name is
morning.
Jonas Paulos, advocate for the unhoused veterans in the Central Valley or the whole United States. I'm in favor of it. I'm part of that Better Blackstone with Fresno Metro when they invited me. So I've been in the beginning of this process since 2016 because it's very important. I didn't know I was going to be like this, all deteriorating, visually impaired. It's very important. That place is very dangerous. We lost a lot of people, students. They weren't suiciding because it's a dangerous intersection. And with all the people with the mobile devices, it's just horrible. I want you guys to pray for me. I'm constantly in danger today more than any other time because my knee's giving out on me. And we need to do this project. It's very important. It'll be safe for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See no additional speakers, I will close the public comment portion for this item. Council, any discussion or action? I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza and a second by Council Vice President. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Next timed item is the 9:45 a.m. item. This is actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title interest of a parcel to benefit the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project. Do we have a presentation from staff? Please sit down, Mr. Elizondo. You will be up next. Thank you.
That's all I want to know. You overlooked me, like always.
Please turn off the mic.
Rude.
Good morning, staff.
Good morning, Council. Nancy Bruno, Supervising Real Estate Agent, Capital Projects Department. The item before you today is a hearing to consider a resolution and necessity for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation project to acquire fee title interest of assessors parcel numbers 446-23236 and 446-23240, owned by Meninder Singh Sandhu and Palwinder Kaur Sandhu, and occupied by an owner-occupied storage space and Napa Genuine Parts Company. This hearing is to determine whether this parcel is necessary for this project. It has been the practice of staff to continue negotiations with property owners even after the adoption of a resolution of necessity in hopes to not proceed to court. On September 24th, the city received a signed purchase and sale agreement from the property owners. In the event council adopts a resolution of necessity, staff will not move forward with filing an action in court unless we are unable to close this escrow for any reason. In an effort to meet obligation deadlines and maintain the project schedule, this step in determining the necessity of the parcel for the project is critical. The court portion of the process will come later if this resolution is adopted. Today, we're here to determine that this parcel is needed and the project cannot proceed without it. Staff will continue to work towards a successful close of escrow with the property owners. Should that not occur, the acquisition will be referred to the city attorney's office, who will proceed to file an eminent domain case with the courts. Staff have prepared slides to familiarize council and the public with the right-of-way acquisition process, as well as provide information about the project and the impacts to this specific parcel.
Good morning again, City Council. My name is Austin Bain. I am a licensed professional engineer with Transportation Project Management. I will be providing a summary of the project, current status and schedule, and how the project impacts the parcel for this item. The proposed project will eliminate two existing at-grade railroad crossings at Blackstone Avenue and McKinley Avenue. As a result, it will increase safety, traffic flow, and operations. There have been 4 fatalities at these crossings in the last 10 years. With the construction of this project, the conflict between pedestrians and vehicles with the trains will be eliminated. This project would benefit the nearby community and visitors to the area. We have received project funding through a state TIRCP grant, an LPP grant, and local FCTA Measure C funds. This slide provides an aerial overview of the proposed project limits. The project would be separating the railroad from the streets. Both Blackstone Avenue and McKinley Avenue would be reconstructed under the existing tracks. This would create an elevation difference of about 25 feet at the tracks and about 14 feet at the intersection. Due to these elevation differences, retaining walls will need to be constructed. The affected parcels are outlined in red, situated at the southeast corner of the Blackstone Avenue and Peralta Way intersection, which is just north of McKinley Avenue on the east side of Blackstone Avenue. This slide provides a rendering of the existing conditions and the elevation differences after construction. The elevation differences can be seen for both Blackstone and McKinley. The retaining walls are also visible in this exhibit. This schedule presented is laid out to meet our funding obligation deadlines. Design is anticipated to be completed by fall 2025. Right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to be completed by summer 2025. The project construction is anticipated to begin in spring 2026 and complete in spring 2029. This exhibit shows how the parcels for this item are impacted. Portions of the parcels will be needed for the proposed project improvements, including the sidewalk, cycle track, and retaining walls. The parcels will not be accessible due to the retaining walls and elevation difference. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff recommends council adopt the resolution of necessity determining these parcels are needed for the project and authorize an eminent domain action to acquire the fee title interests. Staff is available if there are any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant with us today? I do not see them. Any questions from the council? All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Would any member of the public like to speak on the 9:45 a.m. item? Please go ahead and come up at this time. Seeing no one, I will close the public comment portion and bring it back up to the dais for discussion and action. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Butterfield and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. Our last timed item is an appearance by Fernando Elizondo to discuss the use of eminent domain and public comment. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. You continue to be rude, but it's okay. I understand. Jerry Dyer said he didn't call the shots, but he calls the cheap shots, that's for sure. Anyway, I'm here to advocate on the parking for the employees at City Hall. I feel for them because they have to walk a long way in the elements when there's a parking lot right there in front of you that's empty. And I know it belongs to the community hospital. Who's got more power, them or you? Where's code enforcement for eminent domain? Use that parking lot for your people, huh? What's wrong with you guys? They got to walk a long way, the elements. It's getting cold, it rains. It's about a quarter of a mile. I measured it. And that's not right for employees. Just because you guys don't have to walk that walk. If you did, you would have already took care of it. So I'm here to represent the city employees. They're all good people. They deserve better than that. You closed away their cafeteria, they got to go. How can you eat when you're under pressure as to what time to get back? You don't even provide for those people. How do you provide for us? You don't provide for us. You only provide for yourselves right here. You don't even follow your own rules. It says no food in here. Yet look at you drinking water, but if I drink water, it's still legal. Double standard again. That word seems to follow you guys around. When are you guys going to get on the right side of God, doing the right thing? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's what the Bible says. That's what Jesus said. I forgive Gary Benefield for his outburst, but I knew it wasn't true because he erased it from the video. If it was true, it was slander. He knows that. He knows better than that. But I forgive you anyway, Jerry, because I know you're under a lot of pressure. It's just going to get worse if you don't change your ways. That's all I can tell you. It's coming. The end is coming. That's the conclusion of things. It's on its way. People of higher category than you have been arrested. Superior Court judges, mayors, assemblymen. But anyway, the last word is, Annalisa, you'll never fulfill Esmeralda's shoes.
Thank you. All right, up next is the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal from any items? Please punch up.
Council President, just wanted for the record to recuse from 1H for the purpose that I serve on the Downtown Partnership Board of Directors with the mayor. Yes, 2H, my
Item
correction.
2H, okay. Council Vice President.
Council President, I'm going to respectfully register a no vote on item 2G.
A no vote on item 2G. All right, anyone else? Okay, we are now going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar, the contested consent calendar, or a closed session item? Please come up at this time. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item you'd like to speak on, and you'll have 3 minutes.
All of them, obviously, because you only give us 3 minutes. Anyway, my name is Diane Smith. I'm a resident of Southwest Fresno, and I was appalled when I looked at this agenda, 22 pages long. City Council gave themselves a raise. You used to meet every Thursday. Now you meet every 2 weeks. And the agenda is so long that anybody that wants to come and have anything to say have to sit here for hours just to get an opportunity in order to speak on it. I think it was a very planned idea. Out of all the city council members and all the city councils that I've been in here for years, you guys keep getting worse. You don't give the people an opportunity to be able to address the issues that need to be addressed. You cut the time down from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and now it's 3 minutes covering anything on the consent calendar. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Ma'am, was there an agenda item you wish to speak on today?
All of them.
All right. You have a minute left if you wish to use it. All right. Would any other member of the public like to provide public comment on a consent item, contested consent item, or an item on the closed session agenda? Good morning. Please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ms. 5250, crazy for justice, and I'm a D3 resident, which is, what is it, a point of order or correction here? Mr. Elizondo is District 1, not District 3, for the record. I noticed we have a nice full closed agenda again today, and I'm wondering, if this existing litigation has anything to do with this new camping ordinance, or have we gotten any litigation for the, the squelching of public comment? The Zoom, when you guys took away Zoom, this woman that just spoke is absolutely right. You guys are trying to curtail negative public comments. You've taken out parking, City Hall parking, and then allow police cars and code enforcements to use up the parking in front. There's at least 5 or 6 of them out there. You guys have no longer on the agenda, does it say that your emails are going to be part of the public record? That is no longer a guarantee for people that cannot get down here and have their voice heard. You guys also, unscheduled communication, which used to be a fairly, regular time that people could count on, and now, that's gone out the window because our council president is so transparent and so accountable. At least, again, like I said, she has a front license plate, but the double standard has been mentioned. Carbasi admits it. Yeah, I don't have one, who cares? One of the police officers here in the lobby that refused to do anything about giving you guys even a fix-it ticket told me, oh, it's not the crime of the century. Well, aren't you guys getting $500 a month car allowances that we're paying for these vehicles that are not up to code? That doesn't seem right. That seems like a very obvious double standard. And if you guys can't even do that much, then how are you going? What other rules are you breaking? Like the budget committee. It's our job to watch you guys, and you're making it very difficult. I'm having trouble getting any kind of security footage from the day that I was, harassed by security for taking pictures of the parking lot. And the security guards are not City of Fresno employees, so they don't have to follow the same rules. According to them, they don't have to identify to us. That strips our First Amendment accountability. We have to give up our Fourth Amendment to get in this building to do our public comments, and now you guys have.
Thank you. As a reminder to the public, we are taking public comment on contested items, the consent agenda, as well as closed session items. Any additional members would like to speak, please come up at this time. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefeld and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. We're going to jump to our contested items. Up first, we have item 2F. This is to approve a voluntary collection agreement with HomeAway.com, Inc. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Good morning. Can you just provide me a layman term explanation of how this is going to operationally work?
I'm sorry. Good morning, council members. I'm sorry, council
Can you
members.
just provide me explanation of how this is going to actually work?
The collection agreement with
Yes.
VRBO? Sure, certainly. So the way the agreement works is that when stays are booked through a VRBO platform that are short-term rentals.
Can you do it without the acronyms? What is the VRB platform?
I don't know what VRB.
Vacation rentals by owner.
By owner, yeah. So it's comparable to one of the online rental platforms. So
Airbnbs.
Similar. Yep. Exactly. When stays are booked through their platform, their online platform for STRs or short-term rentals, stays that are less than 30 days. The city has a transiency occupancy tax of 12% that's supposed to be assessed and collected in relation to the stay. And so now with this agreement, VRBO will include that tax assessment along with the listing collection and collect that tax from the host and remit those taxes to the city of Fresno.
Got it. And then if somebody doesn't participate if I put up a property and I don't report it, and it's not being taxed per city law, is there a fine to that property owner?
There could be. What we would do through a discovery process is send out a tax determination letter that estimates what their stay is and what the tax would be. We tried to negotiate and collect that tax first. If they were unresponsive, there could be some fines and penalties that could be assessed.
Okay. When does the agreement go in effect?
It's going to be effective November 1st.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve item 2F by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Next item is item 2I. This is to approve a regulatory agreement and declaration of restricted covenants between the City of Fresno and Fresno Mission Communities. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, staff. This is, in essence, an agreement between the City of Fresno and this organization, correct?
Between the City of Fresno and the State of California.
And the organization?
Correct. All three parties. We were co-applicants with Fresno Mission Communities.
Okay. My only question that I had for legal counsel is, given that this is a religious organization, is there contract language in place in this agreement to ensure that folks are not required to participate in religious activities aligned with the faith of this organization as a condition of them benefiting from the affordable housing?
Yeah, so we pulled I had my team pull the standard agreement for Home Key 3, and under the general terms and conditions, Section 25 discusses non-discrimination, which includes religion, and then Section 36, which requires compliance with state and federal laws, which would encompass that as well.
And secondary, if there is a violation of that provision, is the city the entity required to enforce the contract? And then what is the enforcement mechanism if there is a violation?
So they would technically be in breach, and so the city would have an opportunity to ask them to cure that breach. And then if not, we could go to court.
Okay, but the city would be the responsible entity, not the state?
I think the state could try to enforce that as well.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you. With that, no other questions. Motion to approve.
For item 2I, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is 2J, to approve acceptance of donated funds from the Fresno Police Chiefs Foundation in the amount of $33,500 to secure 5 additional automated license plate readers. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. My
question is more about process. how often is the Chiefs Foundation, who oversees the Chiefs Foundation, who is the entity responsible, and then what safeguards do you have in place to make sure that somebody who has a liquor license before you for a recommendation is not donating to Chiefs Foundation and getting preferential recommendations by the rank and file?
Okay.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, everyone. And you might have to keep me on track. I might
Sure.
forget all of that. The Fresno Police Chiefs Foundation was founded in 2002. It's a 501c3 status, so it's governed by a board, not a paid board, and nobody from the Fresno Police Department is on the board. So they deal with donors, and obviously we do projects in the department, but also with other organizations in the community, breaking the chains, other events like that.
So in
to support
essence,
them.
there's a wall between the paid rank and file officers and the board of directors.
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. And then the company that's donating, what's the background of the company?
Macerich, they own shopping malls throughout the nation, one of our own here. And actually, they're not asking to put these license plate readers on their own property. It's the surrounding city neighborhood property, because we've been very successful with helping to investigate crime, so they hope to enhance that.
Well, what
in that
property do they
area.
own?
Fashion Fair.
And so you would be free to put the equipment wherever you felt it was necessary?
That's correct.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you for the time. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
I have a motion to approve item 2J by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0.
I don't know if I'm next or not. I have one more item.
You are, yeah. So the next contested consent item is 2L, actions pertaining to the Fresno Police Department's Air Support Skywatch Unit lease purchase. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Chief. For the public's benefit, can you just repeat for the record the numbers that you shared with me in terms of activity
Absolutely.
by the Skywatch unit?
Yeah. In 2024 year to date, we've had about 1,200 flight hours. We've responded to over 2,400 events just year to date. Last year was actually 3,619. And by that, we mean the helicopter got overhead and had an impact on the call for service somehow. Average response time for that helicopter to get over anywhere in the city is 61 seconds this year. It was actually only 54 seconds last year, and then it was 50 seconds in the year I quoted you, which was 2022 during our meeting. It assisted this year so far with 158 felony arrests, 72 misdemeanors. Last year, for the whole year of 2023, there were 260 felony arrests and 85 misdemeanor arrests. The helicopter is often first on scene, about 1,476 times this year, 2,279 last year. We talked a little bit about pursuits. In 2023, they engaged in assisting with 74 vehicle pursuits. This year it's been 45, and then also foot pursuits. This year, 86, then last year for the whole year, 124. So that's a lot of numbers to throw at you, but the helicopter is very valuable. And we don't just use our helicopter. Also CHP and the sheriffs, they coordinate so that we get the benefit of all the aircraft.
Okay, thank you. My two other questions are more budget related. It's been suggested that the aging helicopters that we have are much higher cost to maintain, like any vehicle would be. So do you anticipate any savings in the maintenance of the helicopter unit, given that you're going to have a brand new unit?
Yes. For instance, the helicopter that's 21 years old, the first one we're looking at taking out of service, is due for a major service in 2027. And last time that was about 200,000 or more. We anticipate it being over 350,000 just for this upcoming required maintenance. That's not withstanding any mechanical issues that are found. The problem with these helicopters that we have, both of them are the same right now, is they're no longer in production, and the parts are getting harder and harder to come by. Okay. And so the cost will continue to go up in that.
Thank you. And then this question is more for the city manager. I noticed on the financials of this agreement that we essentially have identified the money for the first lease payment, but not for the next 9 years of lease payments. Where would that money come from? Is that accurate?
It'll come from the general fund. We have accounted for the lease payments and the 5-year projections that we work and show you, a couple times a year. So we have to work the cost in the general fund. It's an expense of the police department, and we'll just build it into the budget.
So is it safe to suggest that you're going to have to increase the police department's budget by $600,000 in out years in order to afford this?
Theoretically,
find
that
it
could be
within the existing
possible,
budget?
or we could be reducing other line items. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it as we put the whole police department budget. But if the police department budget was held exactly the same and we added an expense, then yes, the budget would go up. But there's a lot of give and take during the budget process, and we'll have to look at that.
And for timing purposes, you found the money for 25, right? For the 25 payment?
Yes.
That's budgeted, and then we found other money to cobble together for the down payment.
For the down payment. So you start developing the budget, the next budget in December of this year?
We actually have started already.
So have you already identified where the money for this helicopter lease payment is coming out of?
Have not gotten that far. It'll come from the general fund.
Okay. I would prefer it come from the existing allocation to police department and not at the expense of another significant investment in the city. I recognize it's necessary equipment, but in the last few years, we have replaced just about every single piece of equipment within the police department's inventory list. And if this is one more thing that's necessary, I think what we've told and what we've been told by administration is tough budget times are coming. They've arrived. Everybody's been asked to live within their budget. So I don't want to see us taking the $600,000 for this brand new helicopter and taking away from another department or from the parks or some other general fund. So I know as you guys are developing your budget, I'm just going to be looking specifically at where this money is coming from, because you currently take up half the city general fund. So there should be some space within that budget to pay for it. Those are my questions.
And we will commit for anywhere we can reduce to help cover this payment.
And I appreciate that. And I do appreciate the fact that you're taking the money seized during raids to pay the down payment. That is very, very well appreciated. And that you're not asking us to do that through the general fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. So that motion to approve.
For item 2L, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objections? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Up next is item 2U, actions pertaining to an extraterritorial water and sewer service and offsite infrastructure agreement. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
Director, I've dealt with, in my tenure here, where the department's asked to extend services to things kind of in the fringes of the current service infrastructure. And it's always been a long negotiation, and typically your department's asking for that entity to cover all cost. They're asking for a discount. We're saying ratepayers cannot pay for new customers to be subsidized. So my question for you is, in this agreement, is Clovis Unified paying the full cost for that new service, or are we in any way giving them a discount or a subsidized rate?
No, they're paying the full cost. They have to install all the infrastructure to make those connections.
And the second question is, what size of infrastructure are you, will be installed as a result of this? Are you installing the size and scope of the infrastructure just for the campus, or are you adding additional capacity for additional sprawl to occur around the campus?
So it's looking at the development in that area in the future and the full demands associated to that.
So you are adding for additional sprawl?
Well, we're building for the ultimate build out in that area if it was based on, SADA, if it's adopted in the future. But we don't want to undersize infrastructure, and then we would have to go back out and replace it. And so, for instance, on the half-mile streets, it's a city standard that we install in 16-inch mains for the water lines. That is part of this project. Additionally, we also recognize that the north portion of the SADA area is water challenged, and so there are segments of the pipeline that are actually 24 inches in diameter so that we can convey water from other parts of the city into the northern part of SADA. So we're building at that ultimate design capacity.
Yeah. So in essence, the infrastructure that's being put in is being put at the size of the ultimate built out, correct?
Yes, it is.
Under SADA.
Yes.
And you're asking Clovis Unified to pay the full cost of that ultimate built out infrastructure.
We are, but there's also part of this through the fees that we collect, like for the TGM, there's a reimbursement for the 16-inch and larger pipeline. So they would get in line for reimbursement like any other
They would
developer.
get paid back when development occurred.
Right.
What's the total cost of what Clovis Unified is being asked to pay?
Oh, I don't have that number at the top of my head.
But I just want to, who's putting the infrastructure in, Brock, us or Clovis Unified?
Clovis Unified is building all the infrastructure. They
Right.
have let.
But isn't there a fee associated or something? Connection fee?
There's all kinds of fees associated to this. So they have to pay all the standard fees. They have to pay the water capacity fee.
So what's the full amount of fees, you know, that we're asking them to pay?
I don't have that number.
If you can
in
just
front
get
of me.
that to me when you get a chance.
Absolutely.
And just my last question on this, it's more process. I noticed that the agreement doesn't require that the school be annexed into the city. It delays the annexation into the city. How long are we expected before that property is annexed into the city of Fresno?
You want to, I'll have Director Clark cover that.
Good morning, Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. So currently the site of the Bradley Center is not adjacent to city limits. It is separated. They could apply, but they would need to bring in other properties. However, in 2004, LAFCO approved the change in the city's sphere of influence to include the SADA area. And this included a requirement to complete a specific plan. There are additional requirements prior to annexation occurring. So the first step is to adopt the specific plan, and then there are additional requirements that would need to happen, including development of an infrastructure financing plan, et cetera, prior to annexations occurring with the private properties in between the campus and this current city limits.
If you can help me there, understand it, because the Southwest Regional Plant is miles away from the city's core.
Yes,
And
because it's a city facility.
Correct. It's a public facility.
Right. So Cortese Knox Hertzberg, the law that governs annexations allows for the city to have a facility outside its city limits that is not physically connected to the city.
Correct.
The city doesn't own the Bradley Center, so we could not connect directly annexed to the city.
So the other example is Amazon is not necessarily adjacent to the city. There's miles of, county between us and the Amazon facility, but they were annexed into the city when they were approved.
No, it is, so it is fully within the city limits. It is adjacent to the city limits. So as development has occurred in that area, south of downtown, in the South Industrial Priority Area, that all of that has followed standard adjacency requirements.
So this facility isn't considered to fall under the criteria of adjacent to the city?
It's not, so it's physically not adjacent to the city limits currently. It's about a half a mile from the city limits. So they would need to make an application to bring in their property as well as everything adjacent, either to the west or to the north, to come adjacent. And to do that, LAFCO requires that the plan be adopted and that certain requirements be met.
When is the plan scheduled to be adopted for that area?
In the spring.
In the spring. So after that, is there a timeline that Clovis Unified has to begin the annexation process under the law?
No.
I don't think there's a timeline, but built into the agreement is a clause that they cannot fight annexation in the future. So if a project were to develop between our existing sphere and the campus, and it touched their campus, they would be annexed at that time.
Is there any requirement, are they part of any facilities maintenance district as part of their development out there?
From the utilities perspective, I don't know.
Public Works
might
like the
have some.
CFD? I don't believe so because, Scott, correct me, but they're not within our sphere. I'll wait for Scott to come
I'm just trying to
up.
understand if they're going to come back 2 years from now and ask us to build them a new roadway and sidewalks, curbs, and gutters because we approved their water and sewer infrastructure without annexation.
Council, Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. The school district, they are tax exempt as far as paying into the district. However, They maintain all of their frontage and perimeter. Currently, they are developing in the county, so any road maintenance, potholes, issues like that would fall to Fresno County.
Is there any CFD in that area now?
Currently, no, because as Director Clark mentioned, it is still in the county. It hasn't not yet annexed to the city, and until it annexes, we cannot, the council cannot form or annex into a CFD.
Understood. So given that they've developed in the county, is the city required to provide police and fire services to them? Or is that the county's responsibility?
County's responsibility, and the school district has its own public safety, certainly on the police side. I would suspect on the fire side, as with anything, if there is a call for service that comes in, it's whoever is going to get there first if they call for mutual aid.
But we're not required in any way to provide them police and fire services, correct? Because they're not
They're not annexed in the city. They're in the county, so they're under the county's jurisdiction.
Okay, those are all my questions.
That's true. I know that CAL FIRE and City Fire have been communicating as they've been reviewing plans, so they probably have some kind of understanding.
I just want to be very vigilant. Schools now are places of unfortunate conflicts, and in case of an incident, I don't want the expectation to be that the city is going to be their primary entity responsible for public safety services or fire services when they're developing the county. So if they have an arrangement with the county for those services, so be it. But I just want to be clear that it's not us who are the default responsible entity.
Yeah, the default is CAL FIRE from my understanding, but.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve. Thank you for addressing all my questions.
You're welcome, Councilman.
I have a motion to approve item 2U by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Next is item 2V, to approve funding agreement with the Fresno County Transportation Authority for the Highway Litter Abatement Program in the amount of $300,000. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director, I noticed that in the budget process, we approved Measure P funds for highway litter abatement. Does this mean that since FCTA is now funding that effort, that those funds can now be reappropriated to something else?
Good morning, Council. So the item before you is for the agreement only with the FCTA for the Measure C funds. This item would not appropriate them into the city's budget, and it does not address any replacement or change of Measure P. That would be a follow-up subsequent action to actually appropriate the funds into the city's budget.
Understood, but now that Measure C is paying for the abatement cleanup, that essentially frees up the Measure P dollars, correct?
So, council member, it would really only free up $100,000 because, and we could move down a number of paths, right? We could back out the Measure P dollar. We could increase service on 99. We have a couple different options we can.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking is that it's come to my attention that all of my trees at Roding Park are dying, and there's no money to replace a dead tree. So I'm looking for every dollar of Measure P funds that is unappropriated and allocated to address the dying canopy at that regional park.
And I believe the bucket 5 is for trails, street beautification, litter removal, and parkway. So I don't believe bucket 5 could be spent on the canopy tree, could it?
That is correct. The bucket 5, this category, it's major street and highway litter control and beautification.
Okay. So are my questions. Motion to approve.
For item 2V, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Last contested consent item is 2AA, actions pertaining to South Central Fresno AB 617 community truck reroute study and related health assessment. This was pulled by Council Vice President Kerbasi.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And thank you again. So we get to continue a bit of our conversation that we had. So my understanding is this is just extending the timeline of the contract. There is no additional cost to the taxpayers, correct?
Good morning, Andrea Aguilar with Public Works Transportation Planning. That is correct. There's no additional cost. It's just extending the timeline.
Okay. I do have a few questions, though. And we talked a little bit about this last time this came up when we had the workshop. I want to reiterate, though, will there be anything done between now and let's say this comes back before the end of the year to include more stakeholders, to include industry? Now, some of them may not be as comfortable having, I'll just say it, the advocates at the table because they're worried about getting sued or they don't feel, it's just not a comfortable environment for them. Will the consultant be meeting with them separately to get more feedback before this body has to make a decision?
So the answer would be no in that case, because that would have to extend the cost because of additional time that the consultant would have to put into it.
Okay. Now, I understand that. I will just say, if the consultant's listening, that's a little bit disappointing for me because when I want to make a complete decision, if we're making policies that impact the job creators of the city, I mean, we're fighting to find a lease payment for a critical piece of infrastructure for law enforcement that we have to have that saves lives. And by making decisions that could impact the job creators, and they're not really at the table, I do share that concern, but I get it. It is what it is. We have to move forward.
Councilmember, were there particular stakeholders that you were concerned about that weren't at the table? Because I know there were a number of meetings with a number of the stakeholders.
I did ask yes, I do, and I'm happy to provide that to you offline. I did ask about some of the stakeholders, and you gave me a few really good names. I was happy to see that were there, but there are several that reached out to me saying, well, yeah, we didn't quite get reached out to in time, and when they did reach out to us, the cake was already sort of baked, and there wasn't, that was their opinion. I'm not saying this is fact. That there really wasn't as much opportunity to have a say before they were given a plan. Like, oh, so you've already made these decisions, and now, after the fact, they had their say. We didn't have our say, and it is a bit inequitable. That's how they feel. That's all. Do you want to add anything, Jill?
Yeah, good morning, Jill Gormley, Public Works Department. Where we don't have the extra scope and budget in the consultant agreement, we as staff are willing to meet with anybody that would like to sit down and discuss the study.
Okay, no, and that means a lot. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are always great about that. Now, I may be incorrect about this one, but I just want to be clear. There may be some suggestions or recommendations regarding traffic mitigation, things like VMT, stacking. Is a traffic analysis going to be done, or will there one be in what's proposed new routes? Will that be done before we vote on that so we can consider impacts?
No, that will not be done. That was not part of the original scope of work with the Air District, and VMT actually does not apply to truck movements.
Great, thank you for helping with that. But any other things that do apply to truck movement that would impact traffic that we may need to consider? It would just be helpful to know what the real impact will be, because if we do have an enforcement mechanism, I know that it'll be just on paper, but if a subsequent council decides we're going to enforce this, or there's a lawsuit saying, hey, they're not enforcing this, we got to enforce it, I worry about what's on paper, and if we don't know the true impacts of what that might be. That's just where I'm coming from. Thank you. And then last thing is a little bit confused just on updating of the maps so that any land use changes are clear. Do we have a final set of maps that are available publicly or available to us so we can know this is actually what's being suggested? It's not approved yet, but this is the actual single version that's correct?
Yes, we do have a proposed map that would update our ordinance. It was included in the agenda packet for whatever meeting we had, and it is also available on our website, on our truck reroute website.
So it's just the map of the truck routes, though, not land uses.
Exactly. This study was not a land use study. It was only, the designated truck routes throughout the city, or AB 617 area.
In negotiations with some of the advocacy groups, are there any proposed changes or attempts to have any land use changes as part of this study?
This was not a land use study. That would take place in a different process. This was just the ordinance change.
Got it.
Well, I mean, I think we have to be honest that some of the advocacy groups very much wanted this to be about land use changes, and we've been very adamant that it is not. This is about truck routes, and the only people who have authority over land use in the city of Fresno is this body, and to a small extent, the mayor. No other people have authority over land use in our community.
Appreciate that. And I thank you for that, City Manager. I just worry that this is a prelude to a longer battle, and this may be, we can say this is a truck route and this is not a truck route now, and there could be penalties, and then whoever has a property zoned industrial for practical reasons can't actually have trucks go down there and deliver goods and logistics, and then it won't actually be industrial property. This is just like it's chess with these folks, and I realize that.
I understand that concern because it's like, the nose under the tent of, and I think, frankly, we've seen that play out in our community with some of the advocacy groups. So I understand that concern, but, frankly, we're in control of that to a certain extent, and it's up to us to hold firm or allow that continued push.
Okay. I appreciate that, and thank you guys. And the reason I harp on this a lot more lately is just because in light of the recent court ruling, they are trying to kill jobs in Fresno, jobs that residents in my zip code 93722 depend on to afford a middle-class, working family class life. And in their attempt, they fired a shot across the bow, and now hundreds of workforce housing units are on hold because of the PEIR issues that have come up with the State Court of Appeal. The media is not really talking about this. David, you're here. This is a very big deal that is going to affect the future of this city. If we want to have tax base to pay for Skywatch and other things, well, we've been shot in the foot by the advocacy groups, and middle-class working families are going to bear the brunt of that. So that's why I talk about this so much, and that's my soapbox, and I'll spare the rest, Jill. Thank you so much. Motion to... motion to approve the extension. Thank you.
I have a motion to approve item 2AA and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0. All right, we are close to 11:30 a.m., so I'm going to take unscheduled communication at this time. I have a few cards to read off. Up first, I have Brooke Payton. Good morning, Brooke. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I had come because I wanted to speak on the initiation of the Tower District Specific Plan rough draft. I do want it to be considered gone over with due diligence, but in there is a POS or Plan Organization and Summary 4.1 Tower District Library with a mention of a museum annex. I want you to know that this is something the community wants. I also want you to know that I fully understand that the City of Fresno cannot act on a Fresno County public library. However, by making sure that the policy 4.1 is protected and remains within the rough draft, that will be something that we can take to the County Board of Supervisors to let them know that the City of Fresno stands behind the desires of the members of the Tower District community and their want for a public library that will service the needs of the underserved people within the community, those who need access to heating and cooling, computers, Wi-Fi, supplemental education for all ages. Now, the library is not mentioned when the museum is mentioned, but please keep the library in mind when you read that. In the zoning land use sections of the rough draft, please keep in mind that mixed use land is also used for a public library or to be considered for a public library. The library is only mentioned in a small portion, but I assure you that every part of the Tower District specific plan affects the future of a Tower District library. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brooke. Up next, I have Burnett Harris, followed by Yvonne Gordon. Good morning. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Burnett Harris, and I'm here to let you guys go over the federal guidelines. So far as with the citizen participation, that's on page 5, the consolidated plan must result from the effective participation of citizens. Then down in where it says participation, they say the citizens participation plan must provide and encourage citizen participation in developing the consolidated plan and any substantial amendment. And then it tells you at below, you must be in contact with the tenant-based assistant and low-income people that are targeted in the areas. Then on page 6, it tells you about the publishing of the plan. The jurisdiction you must do this. You must have substantial opportunity to review, the citizen has to, opportunity to review it and provide comments. You must have this circulated at any of the government official offices, the public places, and the purpose of the plan that you guys have in its entirety. You must provide free copies with an S on it for the citizens that request it and the groups. Then down after the public hearing, it says the citizen participation plan must provide that the hearings be held at times and location convenient to potential and actual beneficiaries. Then on page 7, it tells you about the substantial amendments. It tells you in the second paragraph, it said it must include amongst the criteria for a substantial amendment changes in the CDGB funds from one eligibility activity to another. The citizen participation plan must provide 30 days for us to have anything to say. Then the next one said the citizen participation plan shall require the jurisdiction to consider any comments and views in writing or orally that the public give you guys. And it says that if you don't accept it, a summary of the comment and the views that's not accepted, you guys are supposed to attach it to the substantial amendment. You guys have not followed any guidelines. These are federal guidelines. And so far as your city attorney, if you guys, our taxpayer dollars pays his fees. Now, if you guys want to pay it, take your tax dollars out your pocket and pay him, you need to do it because he's not giving you guys the federal regulation. These are regulations you must follow. We have a right. You guys do not have a right. City manager, you do not get.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you. Up next, Yvonne Gordon. Yvonne will be followed by Bobby. Good morning.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Gordon. I live in the southwest Fresno. And continue on to what Brunette was saying, we as citizens, we do have the right to participate in anything that the city decided to do pertaining to our area in Fresno, period, which we don't get no notices. We don't get no notice of anything. And you guys not following the government regulation rules. You continue to make decisions on your own without our participation. And it have to stop. We live here, and we have the right to know what's going on in our community. And you guys do not follow any laws or bylaws according to participation for the public. and people living in the area. And I just want to ask Miguel, when are you going to fix them roads on Jensen and Martin Luther King? Because I'm tired you tearing up my car. And things that are very important in our community, you don't do nothing. You put the money everywhere else. I go across north, and the other places, the roads are fixed and don't have no bumps and everything else in the road, potholes and everything else. We tired of that little patching. We need those roads fixed. And for the youth, I just want to say, you city council, y'all disrespected those youth who came up here to present their presentation. You're over there in the corner laughing and outbursts. That's a disgrace. And then you wanted to know why the youth don't follow the adult. They following you. They doing exactly what y'all do. They don't have no respect when people are speaking, no respect for the elders. That's why. Because you don't show no respect to the youth. You need to correct yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Up next, we have Bobby, followed by Diane Smith.
My name is Bobby.
Good morning.
I live in West Fresno. Been a resident of that area ever since '62. I'm not going to repeat because Brunette and Yvonne has already covered what the obligations of the city agencies or whatever your departments, as your titles say you are. But we have been concerned in meeting with Fresno, with the city councils, our councilmen ever since 2004, and none of the guidelines have ever been followed and presented to us the way that it should have been. The community, unfortunately, has never been properly notified. We have not gotten any type of representation as far as allowing the community to comment or to give suggestions of any kind. So we have not had any proper representation ever since that we've been concerned about what's happening in our community. As of 2004, Barbara Hunt was a great advocate for West Fresno. She was always ignored. She was downplayed, insulted, or in media and in news, always saying negative things pertaining to her, but she was right on key. It's about gentrifying and trying to redevelop a community with no community input.
Thank you. Up next, I have Diane Smith. Good morning. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Diane Smith. I'm a long-term resident of Southwest Fresno. Everything that Bobby, Brunette, and Yvonne has said, we've been saying to various city councils, city council members, mayors, for many, many years with very little respect or impact. I have to agree with them because I was watching as one of the persons that spoke just recently was walking back, people up there laughing amongst themselves. You guys are so disrespectful. It's a shame before you sit in God we trust, but yet and still you show disrespect to the people that you're supposed to be representing. There's no transparency within the city of Fresno. You do what you want to do. You don't ask for improvement. We want improvement in our community. We always have. But what you guys came to us with, 20, 30 years, 40 years after the fact of those things, requests being made, you came in with redevelopment. You took out a lot of the cities, the businesses that were there with hopes of rebuilding. You didn't do that. You let it sit vacant for years. Then vacant property became blight. So from the time that we started this, there's more blight in my community, which is Southwest Fresno, than there was before. What the city has done has systematically gentrified or is trying to gentrify our community. I don't know what any of you think is going to come of all of this, but I'm a true believer in the faith of that people that do wrong and don't take care of the shepherds. You're the shepherds that's supposed to be taking care of the sheep, and what you're doing is you're leading us all to slaughter. There will be no good coming from what you're saying or what you're doing. You're following a pattern that has been started generations ago, and it's still going on. In regards to our roads, in regards to things that are being done, this is to you, Miguel. You had some work done out in my community, west of Chandler Airfield. They came in, they finally did curbs and sidewalks, dealing with some trees, and what they did was a shoddy job. My neighbor called you because they tore up the curb, didn't fix it. I could have did a better job than that. He was getting water in his driveway. He's still getting water because they didn't even take the time to look at the lip that was there. They dug out things, didn't bring enough dirt to bring it back in. So the money that you invested or sent out there to take care of something, you didn't. You need to send your body out there, somebody from your office, or you bring yourself out there, and I'll show you what they did, because they did a piss-poor job, and they should be ashamed of themselves. And once again, there's no transparency. You guys choose to do what you want to do. When you go to the community, you bring your plans already in place. You don't ask for us to give ideas. You say you come with a blank piece of paper. It's not blank because you've already decided what you're going to do. So I hope you guys do believe in God, because your day's coming.
Thank you. Up next, we have Janos Palos.
I'm going to make it quick. Yeah, Jonas Palos, an House Veterans Advocate in the Central Valley. I visited the city of Tulare. I got a call for a veteran, 71 years old. They're living in filth, so I'm very proud of all of us, the work that we did here. I couldn't believe what I saw. Skid Row. Shame on Tulare County for disrespecting our veterans. So I'm going to give them the help, because I go everywhere. And it's just, I was sick to my stomach what I saw. You know what I mean? They just let them live in the south side of the city of Tulare in filth. This is not the United States. We need to do better, especially about our veterans. They're even suiciding in a high number. How disrespectful is that to leave them in the gutter? You know, there's nothing had to do with you, but I'm saying, like, I got the chill when I went inside there. They were doing drugs, drinking. Shame on Tulare County. They don't care about our veterans. That's the worst place for them to be in there. And guess what? They're going to suicide quicker. So I'm going to get them out of there. I got my work full. So how I got the chills was, look at all the housing we did here. I know I have a fiery personality. I've told you guys many things, but I'm grateful for the work that we've done together here in regards to housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? This is unscheduled communication. Please go ahead and come up at this time. Good morning. Please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Miss 5250, crazy for justice. I'm a local Fresno advocate, and I agree with the ladies that just spoke earlier. With Fresno is not complying with federal law. You are not complying with the Freedom of Information Act properly, I don't believe. I've been trying to get video from that 620 incident, and they still do not have it. I had to re-request it for just only specifically the video of me, because you guys won't give me video of how you treat everybody else, because that's all I'm trying to find out. It is discriminatory what's going on down there at the security Nazi checkpoint that you guys have, that the tax cows are all paid for, and they are treating people differently and targeting certain people and not others. That's what both of these are for, 2 of them, and now I still have no flash drive in my hand since June 20th. I've gotten, security issues, and about the other employees out there that don't have front license plates or have expired tags. They don't want people harassing the employees that aren't complying with the law. I'm just trying to put those names out there and show that I don't know what you guys are doing with this money. You're charging employees $15 a month. Is that so that they don't have to worry about getting a ticket from a cop? Because they won't. They won't give you guys any tickets. But you are establishing a pattern of practice. You are very blatantly doing that, of where you are trying to silence activists. And I am working on gathering all of that information, and you guys are you keep feeding me more and more evidence. This up here, the camera angles, when people are trying to have their signs to be seen. So your guys' day is coming. People are watching you guys because you're not these, holier than thou. You're all a bunch of pieces of shit. You're not honoring your oath. And you're all offended, especially Georgiana. All of you have thin skins. You can't take the criticism. When you're putting yourselves up there, you guys put yourselves out there to be scrutinized. Yourselves, your children, your wives, all of it. We're allowed to go and protest our government. That's our First Amendment right. And you guys don't care about the Constitution at all, except for how to try to get around it.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who would like to speak? Please come up at this time. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Kevin Giglio with A1 Auto Electric. We had an item on the agenda today at 9:55. I think it got pulled last minute. I just wanted to come in and introduce myself and advocate for your support. So it's a conditional use permit for us to purchase a facility across the street from ours. That facility has unfortunately become very run down. It's vacant, consistent drug use, and if you've been by there, it's totally destroyed. So our goal is to, with this conditional use permit, buy that property, expand our operations. We've been downtown for 30 years. We're a third-generation family-owned and operated business. So we wanted to buy that business and hopefully open up 5 new jobs immediately and revitalize that space and make it something to be proud of for the city. So I'm just here again to hope for your support. I think we got moved to the 31st of October. I'll be back then. Hopefully we can get on that agenda, and I look forward to speaking with you all then. Thank you.
In relation to that, I'm Bernd Weber, former retired businessman, used to run Weber BMW for 34 years. We're the people who own the building. We've had this thing in escrow for over 6 months. We've gone through planning commission, or they have. They've been approved, but for some reason it keeps getting squashed by one of the city council members. This building was an automotive business for over 50 years, starting with Slavich Brothers, and that's all it's ever been, and that's all it'll ever be. It's not going to be apartments. It's not going to be housing or anything else. It's a warehouse situation for automotive business, and I don't know why it takes so long to get something approved that would benefit the community, increase your sales tax dollars, put people to work, and revitalize a building that every week is getting vandalized by somebody new. And hopefully on the 31st, maybe we can finally get something done on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for unscheduled communication? I have a card for Brandy. Good morning, Brandy.
And please forgive the allergies. Thank you very much for your time. A little over a week ago, I spoke to a couple that had been trying to get into housing, that have been working on housing, have been working on getting into shelters, and they told me about how they, in addition to everything being taken, including Heart team literally taking things out of people's hands, that they threw away someone's insulin, the people in the couple, and when they said that their belongings included their insulin, they said, too bad. And this is not the first time that they've done that to that one couple. And it's also not the first time that people have said, across the city, I've heard people talk about how they mention how their medications are with the stuff, and the police essentially said, too bad, and sometimes even mock them. This is putting people's lives at risk, in addition to the fact that in throwing away people's phones and throwing away their bags or documentations, in taking away things that they need, they are impeding them from getting into housing by taking away the materials they need. They are also taking away things that people need to survive. And I think that needs to be brought up because we are still not holding them accountable. And that brings up concerns when it's mentioned that people are refusing services. One, it doesn't say, they don't say what services those are. People need shelter. They are already getting help with other things. They're already making the trek to the pub, to go to MAPS, to work on things. And I have heard Heart almost never offers services, the police, but I have been there when, as a way of trying to seem like, oh, we're not offering services, they say, oh, well, do you guys want to go to the POV? And it's a Sunday, and services aren't even open. And what they need is to try to figure out what to do when their stuff is taken, not go to the POV at that moment and be stranded. So we need accountability. We need to question the idea of refusing services and other things that HAR is saying when we know that they are violating rights. And also, we really need housing first, because we have people going into treatment programs that are graduating out back into the street. We have people that are doing everything they can, getting to shelters, doing all the work to end up back in the street. Unless we have enough housing, none of these programs are going to succeed, because we need for people to be permanently off the streets, they need permanent housing. And we need to focus on that first and offering services, as has worked in many other cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else for unscheduled communication? Please go ahead and come up. See no one else. That will conclude unscheduled communication. I was told that we did not take public comment on the 9:35 a.m. item. This is actions pertaining to adopting an ordinance granting non-exclusive roll-off franchises. Would any member of the community like to provide public comment on this item? Please come up at this time. Seeing no one, I will close the public comment period. And City Clerk, we do have to take a new vote on this. Is that correct?
I would, yes.
Okay, can I get a motion on the 9:35 a.m. item? I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 6-0. All right, that takes us to lunch. We will come back at 1:30 p.m. and we will pick back up on the workshop for the Tower District Specific Plan update. We'll see you back at 1:30. 6:27 p.m., I'm told that even though we don't have quorum quite yet, that we can go ahead and get the workshop started. So at this time, we have the Tower District Specific Plan Update Workshop. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council President Perea, members of the City Council, Adrian Azadorian Gilbert, Supervising Planner with the Planning and Development Department. I am here today to provide a workshop on the Tower District Specific Plan Update process. We did want to provide this workshop prior to City Council initiation of the draft plan update, which is scheduled for the October 10th City Council meeting. With that, let's get into the presentation. On March 16, 1991, the City Council approved Bill number B-26, which adopted the Tower District Specific Plan. The plan provided objectives and policies pertaining to historic preservation, land use, open space, circulation, and infrastructure, with the overarching purpose of providing both the city and residents with a structure for managing historic resources, an important pillar of the 1991 plan, and neighborhoods in anticipation of future change and development. This effort to prepare and establish the 1991 plan involved a 21-member Tower District Citizens Planning Committee and ongoing outreach efforts. And here we have an overview of the Tower District Specific Plan boundary adopted in 1991. The plan area comprises approximately 3 square miles and is generally bound by State Route 180 to the south, Blackstone Avenue to the east, Shields Avenue to the north, and Fruit Avenue and the Union Pacific Railroad tracks to the west. The plan update process began as a result of community feedback to update the 1991 plan objectives and policies to encourage consistent and compatible development in the Tower District. As a result, on May 27, 2021, the City Council approved Resolution number 2021-147, which established the Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee comprised of 7 members. This resolution further tasks the committee with preparing an updated specific planning document for future council consideration to set forth long-term planning and guidance for future development in the plan area. And as you can see here, a total budget of $570,590 has been allocated for this project. The consultant teams assisting city staff in this effort are Wallace, Roberts, and Todd, LSA Associates, and Zach Urban Solutions. Implementation committee meetings commenced in January of 2022 and began with committee training, review of the existing 1991 plan, and background of the city's general plan and development code. Over the course of the past 2 years, the committee has participated in a robust analysis. As you can see, some of the topics which were evaluated as part of this analysis, and just to name a few, include analyzing existing and planned land uses, the locations of residential, commercial, and industrial uses and their relationship to one another, looking at existing park sites and areas for future park designation, and analyzing current historic resources and potential designation of additional districts. Again, this just highlights a few of the topic areas which were analyzed as part of this intensive process. And to further build upon this analysis, subcommittees were formed focusing on land use, circulation, historic preservation, and parks and open space, all of which were public committees and meetings. Each policy in the 1991 plan, in addition to new policies incorporated, were individually reviewed at subcommittee meetings under a keep, remove, revise strategy. Policy updates and revisions were then reviewed at subsequent committee meetings to garner additional feedback and direction. 39 meetings regarding the Tower District Specific Plan update process have been held to date, a testament to the committee, community, and staff's dedication to this effort. I do also want to give a special call out to the entire long-range planning team here as well. Every team member has played a vital role in this process, and it truly has been a team effort. Throughout the policy analysis process, city staff engaged in many public outreach opportunities led by the Long Range Planning Team's community coordinator, as you can see on the screen here. A public outreach video narrated by Pastor Booker T. Lewis, which highlighted the history of the Tower District and called for community participation in the creation of the draft plan update. A public survey was distributed throughout the Tower District to help inform the vision of the Tower community, which reached approximately 682 respondents. City staff hosted 2 public workshops, regularly canvassed Tower neighborhoods, and sent mailers and letters to Tower residents and businesses notifying them of the update process. And in addition to attending local events in the Tower District, a public outreach campaign was created to continue engagement called Tower Rocks. The community participated in rock painting and placing rocks throughout the Tower District. Each rock had a QR code which directed participants to the Tower webpage. When a community member located a rock, they were encouraged to take a picture and post it to social media with the hashtag #TowerRocks. Each of these public outreach opportunities provided vital feedback to the implementation committee, staff, and consultants on policy analysis and preparation. All of the efforts, as mentioned previously, informed preparation of the plan update. As you can see on the screen here, new guiding principles were developed for the draft-specific plan update. And to highlight a few of these here, some of which focus on enhancing the livability and social diversity of the district's residential neighborhoods, conserving historic resources, and increasing opportunities for recreation. One of the goals of this plan update effort includes an added emphasis on improved health, quality of life, and equitable outcomes for Tower residents. Consultants, staff, and the committee evaluated policies in the existing plan through this framework of 6 pillars as shown here. New policies in the draft plan update will also be analyzed against this framework. This analysis is still currently being completed, and results will be included in future drafts of the plan update. And here we have an overview of the chapters included in this draft plan update, all of which were chapters in the 1991 plan. And to note, an implementation chapter is forthcoming. The Conservation and Historic Preservation chapter highlights how preservation and use of historic resources are important in retaining a community's distinct character. All 8 conservation and historic preservation policies included in the 1991 plan were carried over into the plan update and updated as needed. The proposed draft also includes 10 new policies which have been incorporated into the draft plan update. New policies focus on topics including developing an historic context statement for the Tower District, encouraging the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of existing historic buildings, and ensuring historic resources are properly maintained. And here we have a map of the existing and proposed historic resources and districts located in the Tower District. There are a couple sites, as noted with the dark blue stars, which are listed on the National and State Register, in addition to 2 designated historic districts, Wilson Island and Porter Tract. There are additional districts, Terrace Gardens, Wilson's North Fresno Tract, Adeline Palm, and Lower Fulton Van Ness, which are referenced as proposed historic districts. These areas were previously studied as part of the 1991 plan, but have not undergone the formal designation process. 2 additional areas were suggested as part of the policy analysis process for review by the committee. Those additions are referenced in policy CHP 1.4 and include the areas bound by Olive, Van Ness, Elizabeth, and San Pablo, and the area south of Belmont, west of Broadway. The land use chapter considers how land should be used in the Tower District and sets parameters regarding the character of new development. All land use policies from the 1991 plan were carried over into the draft plan update and updated as needed. The update also includes 19 new policies. These policies include addressing topics such as increasing the affordable housing inventory in the Tower District, supporting commercial businesses, and encouraging new retail options, namely a grocery store, in the Tower District. And here we have the existing general plan land use map and the Tower District specific plan proposed land use map. As you can see, the draft plan update does propose land use changes to the general plan land use map. Changes as provided on the TDSP proposed land use map have been recommended by both the implementation committee and staff. And to highlight a few of these changes, the Terrace Gardens, Wilson Island, and Porter Track neighborhoods are all proposed to change from the residential medium density land use to the residential medium low density to better reflect uses as they exist today. Land uses along Shields are proposed to change generally from employment office to neighborhood mixed use. And land uses along Blackstone are proposed to change from neighborhood mixed use to corridor center mixed use to allow for higher density along the city's high quality transit corridor. In total, the Tower District specific plan area includes approximately 1,307 acres. 99.5 of those acres, or 5%, are proposed for a land use change as part of this specific plan update. In addition, the proposed map includes park opportunity areas for study. These are general areas received at public outreach events for new park and open space areas. However, I do want to note the committee has provided direction to establish more precise locations for future parks in the Tower District. I also want to highlight the committee did recommend to rezone all properties zone light industrial, which include residential uses, to a zone more compatible. These addresses generally include properties located at 348 North Palm, 342 North Palm, 332 North Palm, 462 North Yosemite, and 454 North Yosemite. To note, the committee did also recommend a motion to retain the light industrial zoning for the property generally located at 234 East Franklin. In addition, the city did send out letters to all affected property owners where a land use change is proposed. Of the approximately 377 letters sent, staff received responses from 6 affected property owners that they were not supportive of the proposed land use change. Staff does anticipate sending additional communication to property owners regarding these changes prior to final recommendation of the draft plan update to City Council. I also want to touch on the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, otherwise known as SB 330. SB 330 prohibits jurisdictions from changing land use or zoning designations or altering the intensity of the existing land use designations or zone districts in a manner that reduces housing capacity. If capacity on one site is decreased, the jurisdiction must show that there is an increase in capacity elsewhere to ensure there is no net loss of housing capacity. As shown on the previous slide, the draft plan update does propose land use changes as part of this process, some of which result in a reduction in land use intensity, and others which result in an increase in land use intensity. As a result, staff has prepared a housing capacity analysis in conformance with the requirements of SB 330. Approximately 99.5 acres are proposed for a land use change as part of this draft plan update process. As shown on the screen here, the current general plan land use for areas identified with a proposed land use change includes a housing capacity of 718 dwelling units. Land use changes as proposed through this plan update effort include a housing capacity of 3,036 dwelling units, resulting in a net increase of 2,318 dwelling units from the existing general plan land use. The land use changes proposed as part of this plan update effort would not result in a net loss of housing capacity within the Tower District plan area and are in conformance with the requirements of SB 330. Here we have an overview of overlays which are proposed in the Tower District. Both the neighborhood revitalization overlay, as shown in the light purple, and the apartment house overlay, as shown in the blue hatching, do exist within the development code today. The purpose of the neighborhood revitalization overlay is to preserve the character of neighborhoods near downtown through development standards which establish streetscape requirements and design standards to preserve the character of these areas. This overlay does not currently extend into the Tower District specific plan area. However, the draft plan update does propose to establish the overlay to all properties in the plan area. The apartment house overlay is intended to enhance pedestrian-oriented, smaller footprint apartment houses, grand homes, and small commercial buildings, which are located in pre-World War II neighborhoods. The apartment house overlay adds additional development standards for setbacks, parking, and design compatibility to allow compatibility of developments for commercial uses and surrounding residential within the historic fabric of the district. This is an established overlay within the plan area today. The draft plan update proposes to extend the boundaries to include the entire section which extends west on Olive. The draft specific plan update also proposes to establish a new overlay, the Tower Entertainment District, as shown in the red boundary generally around the apartment house overlay. And this overlay is intended to establish regulations for late night entertainment uses. We will get into the entertainment district further into this presentation. The Parks and Public Facilities chapter describes how parks and other public facilities should be improved through physical improvements and programming activities. All policies from the 1991 plan were incorporated into the draft plan update and updated as needed. The update also includes 11 new policies, which focus on strengthening the relationship between agencies to enhance public park space, fostering parks as safe public spaces, and identifying opportunities for a public library in the Tower District. And here we have a map which shows the existing and planned parks, in addition to future park opportunity areas for study. This map also represents areas around each park where a 10-minute walk shed is present, representing each neighborhood which is within a 10-minute walk to an existing or planned park. I do want to note the Parks Master Plan does identify neighborhoods within the Tower District as highest needs neighborhoods in need of additional park and open space locations. And as mentioned previously, the Implementation Committee has provided feedback to staff to identify more precise locations for future parks in the Tower District.
Before we move on to circulation, I just wanted to officially call the meeting back to order now that we have a quorum. The time is 1:54 p.m. Please proceed. Thank you.
Chapter 5, Circulation, focuses on circulation across the overall street network in the Tower District and the design of streets themselves. From the 1991 plan, 3 policies remain unchanged, and 8 policies were updated as needed for incorporation into the draft plan update. 24 policies were added, and 1 policy from the 1991 plan was removed. New policies include a focus on improving multimodal functions of key corridors, providing extended transportation options, and enhancing Main Street corridors. Chapter 6 of the draft plan focuses on utilities. Capacity of existing utilities will be analyzed in tandem with a CEQA process once the land use map, which proposes land use changes, is initiated. Staff is currently coordinating with the Department of Public Utilities to analyze existing utility infrastructure and identify capacity needs. Updates to this chapter will be incorporated into future versions of the draft plan update. And as mentioned previously, the draft plan update does propose a new overlay, the Tower Entertainment District, generally located along commercial corridors in the plan area. Throughout the planning process for the plan update, city staff heard from many Tower residents on the need to establish regulations for late-night entertainment uses where adjacent to residentially zoned properties. The Tower Entertainment District would apply to establishments with late-night entertainment uses where conditional use permits are required, specifically pertaining to restaurant, bar, and nightclub-related uses that include rear or side outdoor patios. And here we have a map of the Tower Entertainment District overlay boundary. The area is generally bound by McKinley to the north, San Pablo to the east, Belmont to the south, and Fruit to the west. As you can see, it generally runs along the Olive and Van Ness corridors to include areas with the highest presence of entertainment uses adjacent to residentially zoned properties in the Tower District. The draft plan update also proposes to establish objective design standards. In June of 2005, the Tower District specific plan design guidelines were established with the goal of assisting property owners and developers to help guide the character of new development in the plan area. These guidelines have served as the established standards regulating design in the Tower District since their establishment in 2005. In 2017, SB 35, otherwise known as the Housing Accountability Act, established and required cities to adopt objective design standards as they apply to housing. These standards require establishment of a design standard that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark of criterion available. As part of the draft plan update process, city staff, along with our consultants, will work closely with the Implementation Committee, Tower Design Review Committee, and public to analyze the existing tower design guidelines and update as necessary to ensure design standards are objective and in conformance with the requirements of SB 35. These standards have not yet been drafted but are intended to accompany the final Tower District Specific Plan Update planning document. City staff did release the draft plan update for a 30-day public comment period from July 12th through August 12th to receive community feedback prior to presenting this plan to the City Council. Notice of the public comment period was sent via U.S. Postal Service to all residents in the Tower District, posted on the city's Facebook page, sent via email to all Tower District stakeholders, and posted to the Tower District Specific Plan Update website. The draft plan was made available for review online, and hard copies were made available at the Planning and Development Public Counter and at the Gillis Library branch. In total, staff received 62 public comments. Individuals were able to provide comments online or directly to staff. In addition, staff also collected public comment at implementation committee meetings. I also want to highlight some of the public comments received on the draft plan update. Some of these include providing additional opportunities for green spaces, reducing impacts of surrounding noise from late night uses, broadening the health and equity analysis, and including a history of racial inequity, racial covenants, and redlining in the Tower District. The Implementation Committee provided vital feedback to staff on the draft plan update. And I do also want to mention we do have committee members present here today. So prior to the release of the draft plan update, the Implementation Committee participated in an independent review of all 96 policies proposed at that time in the plan update. All responses were anonymous, and the results of this review were then presented at subsequent committee meetings for public review. In addition, there were a couple key meetings in which the committee made recommendations on changes to the plan that I want to highlight here. On May 14th, the committee made the following unanimous recommendations to the City Council for review. Recommend all draft plan policies with comments to the City Council for review. Recommend rezoning of residences zoned industrial back to residential and rezone the Central Valley Cheese Factory from industrial to a zone more compatible. As previously mentioned, these properties include 348 North Palm, 342 North Palm, 332 North Palm, 462 North Yosemite, and 454 North Yosemite. And recommend edits to policy LU 4.3 to remove reference to ADUs and ACUs. On August 20th, the committee requested to continue initiation of the Tower District Specific Plan Update from the August 29th City Council meeting agenda to September 26th, 2024. A motion was made to add the recommended land use changes by the committee from May 14th into the draft plan update. On September 3rd and September 9th, the committee conducted a page-by-page review of the draft plan update. Committee recommendations were made on motion to the City Council to be incorporated into the draft plan update. On September 17th, the Implementation Committee recommended on motion all comments and requested changes from the September 3rd and September 9th meeting to the City Council for incorporation into the draft plan update at council initiation. An additional motion was made to retain the existing light industrial zoning for the property generally located at 234 East Franklin. And again, as mentioned, during the initiation hearing for this project, the council will consider all recommendations made by the committee in addition to staff's recommendations of those changes. Based on feedback received by both the Implementation Committee and members of the public, staff does anticipate making revisions to the draft plan update after council initiation. You can see some of these changes on the screen here, broadening the health and equity analysis, adding a history of racial covenants and redlining that occurred in the Tower District, some mapping revisions, and policy and narrative revisions per committee and public comments received. And just to touch on our current timeline and anticipated next steps, the environmental analysis, which now assumes an environmental impact report, will be conducted from summer 2024 through early 2025. We do now anticipate upgrading our environmental assessment from what was initially a mitigated negative declaration to an EIR. This is at an additional cost of approximately $330,000 due to the court challenge of the general plan PEIR. So currently we don't have an identified funding source available for that. Staff also anticipates preparation of the objective design standards and finalization of the Tower Entertainment District overlay will occur during summer 2024 to early 2025. And we do anticipate presenting the final recommendation to Planning Commission and City Council in the spring of 2025. And with that, that concludes my presentation for today. Available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Very thorough. In the spirit of transparency, I did want to just make a note for the public that there are a number of us up here that are conflicted from being able to participate moving forward on this plan. City Attorney, can you just talk us through that, what that means for this specific plan moving forward and how we should approach this workshop?
Sure, Council President. Council members with a conflict with the specific plan update may not participate in making, or in any way attempt to use the public official's official position to influence governmental decision in which the official knows or has reason to know the official has a financial interest, and that's Government Code Section 87100. This means no conflicted council member may attempt to provide any amendments to staff or in any way influence the specific plan update unless and until they are randomly selected to participate as necessary to create quorum on October 10th. And it's my belief that the clerk after this will explain a little bit more how that will work. Workshops like today are informational only, and no action may occur during workshops. This means no specific plan-related motions other than procedural motions related to the workshop may be made at this week's meeting. No attempt to influence the upcoming update initiation is permissible during the workshop. The workshop is for receiving information only.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Clerk, did you want to talk through how we're going to move forward in order to establish a quorum to vote on this plan?
Certainly, and we're required to use a randomized process by Fair Political Practices Regulation 18705C3. And so our process for that is we have a large box with a hole in the top. The number of council members that are conflicted out, there will be that number of cards in the box. A red card means you will not be participating in the vote on the item. A green card means you will be voting in the item as it comes up. So I'll load the box with a number of cards, the requisite number of cards, one at a time by reverse council district order, 7 through 1. The disqualified members will each draw a card. And following the draw, the randomly selected council members will disclose their economic interests as required by Regulation 18705, Section B. Then the item will proceed to voting, and the council members that drew the green cards and the council members not otherwise conflicted will vote. And if the item will pass if a majority of the quorum, so this item will need 4 votes, so 3 of the 4 voting members must vote to approve the item.
All right, thank you very much. So as far as proceeding with today's workshop, we are only to ask clarifying questions, or can we make recommendations for changes we want to see, or just want to be sure that we're carefully sticking to what we need to be sticking to?
If you're going to ask questions, I think clarifying is okay. Just keep it content neutral, and then any procedural questions as well.
Okay. With that being said, we are going to start with Council Vice President Karbasi.
Thank you, Madam President. We were speaking briefly, City Attorney, just before we took comment from the council on this, but I'm concerned about process and timing. This is in 5 years the first time this has ever come up. And it would be helpful to know as a policymaker at what point we can participate ask staff questions. Usually we get an agenda and we read the agenda and highlight this is I have some questions and we schedule time to meet with staff. But it's hard to do that without knowing if we can participate. And I'm wondering, what I wanted to do was have the drawing today. That way we can have that on the table. That way the next time it comes back, we don't have to delay it again. And we'd have that chance because it has to be agendized as the item has to be agendized, not necessarily disclose that we have to do a drawing, just that it's agendized, and then we can have that drawing and then wait for the next meeting. That seems very wasteful to me. Is it possible could this body decide to do the drawing today in public?
I am strongly recommending against doing that because as of today, there currently is no item on the agenda where there is a conflict that exists. So a drawing at this point would be premature. For example, some of your circumstances can change between now and next week, maybe not creating a conflict for some of you. And so it's our recommendation that we wait until the actual item that is going to be voted on is agendized. And at that point, there will be potentially a conflict for 5 of you. And so that's our recommendation, and that's why I'm recommending that we don't vote today, don't do the draw today. You know, and another option, I know you said you didn't want to delay it, but another option is to do a drawing, have some conversations, and if the council needs more time, continue it to the next council meeting for a decision.
Yeah, I very rarely go against a recommendation. I think, again, it's a recommendation, not like a requirement. And I think in this case, I'm more inclined to have the drawing today out here in public so we can all be clear that I'm just one of 7. That's just where I'm at on this item. But I do appreciate your advice, and it's always very helpful, City Attorney.
You're welcome.
Very good. Councilmember Arias.
Similar to Member Carbasi's comments, what I'm a little more concerned about is the public has a right to know what members will be voting on the item. Based on the proposed timeline, they won't know until the item's before us for a vote. So the public doesn't have a chance to ask for an audience with their elected official, either represent their district or with one that doesn't represent their district, but now is going to be voting on this item. If Member Carbasi gets picked, nobody knows to call Member Carbasi in District 3 for concerns that they have with rezones that are being proposed that are significant in nature. So what I would ask, whether it's today or next week, that whenever those who are selected to participate in the vote, that we delay any action so that the public, 1, has advance notice on who's participating in the process, and 2, has time to request appointments and time with those members who are going to be voting on this item, because it's unfair for somebody's property to be rezoned and not have an opportunity to express their concerns to the elected official who's going to make that decision outside of a meeting where you get 3 minutes to express your concerns. 3 minutes is not enough to address a significant rezone proposal before this body. And if you're ready, I have questions for the staff.
Please proceed, Councilmember.
Just if I can, just real quick, this also raises Brown Act issues if we vote today, so.
We can ask questions, general questions, is what I understood the direction to be, right?
Clarifying questions, I think that districts 4 and 6 have a little bit more leeway since they don't have an existing conflict as of today. But the other members, I would strongly urge to stick to just clarifying questions.
Well, I have a First Amendment right to ask questions, so I'm going to pose them. And if I'm in violation, send me to jail. I'm sure Lisa will be happy to do that. But here are some of my general questions. What was the rationale for reducing density in a handful of neighborhoods while increasing density in the southern part of the area via the overlay of apartments? Isn't that dramatically making one part of the plan, significantly different?
So the rationale staff heard from many members of the public in those neighborhoods, Porter Tract, Terrace Gardens, and Wilson Island, that there was a concern with the existing land use. It doesn't truly reflect what is on the ground today. So that was the reasoning behind recommending the rezone to a less intense land use.
For legal counsel, those three neighborhoods that were recommended for reduction in density also happen to be the most affluent neighborhoods in the whole district, in the whole specific area. And where apartments are being recommended happens to be the less affluent, both on demographics, poverty, infrastructure, quality of properties, value of properties. Are we allowed to essentially only downzone affluent areas while higher density in poor areas? Right. Isn't there some housing discrimination laws and guidelines that we should probably be adhering to?
I would love the opportunity to look at that question, Jennifer, unless you want to take a look at it. I would like some time to look at that first.
Okay, we'll just put on the queue
between now and next week. Okay.
We'd be happy to discuss with the city attorney those potential conflicts. I will note the apartment overlay does not increase density. It simply provides for design standards. So
Correct.
there is no increase in density with the application of an apartment overlay.
Right. But we are increasing density in a portion of the district, which is the Blackstone corridor?
Blackstone, Shields, generally the two main corridors where an increase is proposed.
Okay. Speaking of the apartment overlay and density, with density generally comes less green space in your property. As a matter of practice, historic homes like mine are 2 or 3 lots combined. They're large acreage homes, properties with a lot of backyard space. Apartment complexes are the opposite. Usually have 0 green space and depend on the community green space to meet their green space, standards. So what I noticed about the green space being proposed in this draft plan is that the green space doesn't correlate with the area that density is being increased or the area where apartments currently exist. It almost seems like we are adding green space in neighborhoods that already have big yards, while the places where apartments exist with no yards or we're intentionally increasing density, there is no green space being added. So was there any conversation around why there is no alignment with green space and density?
So I will say, generally, when we look at the zones which do allow that higher density, right now the apartment house overlay does not provide, restrictive standards for open space requirements. So those projects and those land uses would conform to the open space requirements that is prescribed in the development code. The areas as identified on the draft plan land use map are general areas. There were some discussion with the public and the committee on identifying locations for park space. Staff has heard from the committee of the desire to identify more precise locations. So that is something that we will be absolutely taking into account and looking as we refine the draft plan, after initiation to identify more precise locations.
Okay. I just want us to be thoughtful of public green space should somehow synchronize with higher density zone areas where green space is intentionally being designed out of that slot, and not necessarily where you have a single family neighborhood where we all got big yards to already address green space deficiencies. On the circulation, the specific plan calls for, I believe, Olive to have bike lanes. Is that right?
Yes, yes, it does. And we do have staff here from the Department of Public Works that can assist as well.
Can you describe to me, is the bike lanes from one edge of the specific plan to the other end of the specific plan?
It is on Olive from, yes, Fruit to Blackstone.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking about bike lanes is the Caltrans infrastructure project that's currently being built eliminates the interchange on Belmont and 99, creates a super interchange on Olive and 99. On top of that, the truck study that the council is going to soon consider declares Belmont and Olive as truck routes. So what I'm trying to understand is, are we intentionally installing bike lanes in dedicated truck routes that both by the city and the state are being designated as a designated places for diesel trucks to be entering the interchanges to?
So the bike lane on Olive is what's currently identified in the ATP, so we are not proposing additional changes beyond that. And then additional...
But the ATP was adopted before the interchange plan was approved, and it made all truck traffic go to Olive.
Yes, the ATP is currently in queue for an update, so that process has been recently kicked off as well.
So if I may, in general terms, from the design, engineering, planning standards, and generally speaking, when we designate a truck route with the super interchange, my recollection is that super interchange on Olive and 99 would not have bike infrastructure. It is specifically being designed for higher volume vehicles and trucks. Do we generally put bike lanes in dedicated truck routes?
I will call on Public Works staff to help assist.
Good afternoon, Jill Gormley, Assistant Director, Public Works. We tried to designate locations for everybody to use the roadway, whether it be bicyclists, pedestrians, the trucks, vehicles, and so by being able to dedicate a bike lane on a roadway that is also a truck route, that makes it, that enhances the safety for bicyclists by getting them over to the side of the road in their own designated area versus having them try to merge in the lane with truck traffic or vehicle traffic.
So you're saying it's safer to intentionally put a bike lane in a truck route?
Anytime we can designate a location for that type of user, bicyclist, pedestrian, it does make it safer for them.
So would this be protected bike lanes or just a line on the floor?
I don't know that we have anything designated right today, if it's going to be a Class 2 or if it would be Class 4 protected. Obviously, the protection and that extra distance provides more enhanced safety for bicyclists, but any area that you can designate enhances the
reason
safety.
as follow-up, as you guys are bringing this back to whoever votes on it, I'd like clarity on whether they're a stripe on the street or it's a protected bike lane. Secondary, as you know, on Olive, specifically west of Palm, we have those old-fashioned, I don't know what you call them, the tree wells in the actual street. Most of them don't have any more trees, but those were designed to slow traffic down, and those are located in the location where a bike lane would be installed. So what is the plan in that side of Olive west of Palm? Is it to, if it's to install bike lanes, would that necessitate removal of those tree wells? Would it be, if it's a protected bike lane, how would you manage it? That's a very thin road. There isn't 4 lanes, it's only 2 lanes, and then you get to somebody's front yard. So I'd like to understand, how are you guys planning this? Would it require eminent domaining, right-of-way property in people's front yards to be able to facilitate the expansion of that pedestrian and bicycle traffic? The other question I had was on the historical neighborhoods. The original plan from 1991, if I recall the material, it included several neighborhoods that were, for whatever reason, not executed as designated historic. Is there any, what was the rationale for not including the same neighborhoods that were adopted in 1991 in this plan? Why were some left out?
So are you referencing the additional areas on the map that are identified as proposed but not yet designated?
Correct.
Yeah, so those areas, again, they've undergone previous study, have not been formally designated. So typically the designation process would require those areas to be referred to the Historic Preservation Commission, and that gets added in their queue of potential designation, areas and resources to be designated, and then from there, those locations get evaluated as staff time and funding is available.
I guess what I'm trying to understand from the process point of view is some of these neighborhoods were proposed in 1991. For whatever reason, they were never referred to the Historic Commission for actual designation, right? Others were proposed but are not even identified in this plan as proposed. San Pablo, Elizabeth, that area that you guys identified. Can this plan simply designate those neighborhoods versus waiting another 30 or 40 years for somebody to initiate the process? What is the process for getting to the designation part faster?
Yeah, so council member, thank you. So the process would be Historic Preservation Commission is the one that needs to evaluate each structure, each resource in that designated area. Some of the areas, that review has been completed. However, the next step would be the notification of the property owners, as well as the actual designation. It's typically a lengthy process for historic preservation, and there's funding that's necessary. So the commission has slowly been working down its list. And certainly we could ask them to move it forward, but it would mean another project like Chinatown would be moved to the lower back down on the list.
So I know Historic Preservation Commission evaluates, but who initiates? Who determines when the clock starts with the initiation process?
The Historic Preservation Commission initiates the process.
So it's up to them to determine what neighborhoods they prioritize?
Well, it's up to them to recommend to staff. You know, again, it takes time and it takes money. And we have one historic preservation specialist whose primary role is to evaluate applications as they come in and determine whether or not they need additional review. We've had a number of applications for designation, as well as all of our planning, entitlements, and building permits this year. So as they have time, they're able to tackle some of these projects. But that is the way that we tackle projects for designation. We are in the process of applying for funding to try to hire resources to go out and to move things more quickly. But we have been unsuccessful this time around.
So, Director, outside of any outside money that could help speed the process, practically speaking, how many neighborhoods of this size and magnitude have been fully evaluated by the Historic Commission and are to a point of being recommended for designation in the last 10 years?
The most significant one would be the Huntington Boulevard District. That district took years of work of the historic preservation specialist as well as the commission, and was brought to this body. I want to say probably in 2016 or 17.
So it is fair that I don't want people to have the impression that because their neighborhood's on the list that it's going to happen in the next 12 months or 24 months. We're talking a decade or more?
Probably. There are at least 20 districts on the list that the commission would really like to evaluate.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so just in closing, I'd like some clarity around the Caltrans, the Caltrans freeway plan that's under construction, the City of Fresno active transportation plan that's in place now, the specific plan that you guys are proposing, and how pedestrian, bicycles, and cars and trucks all are supposed to be sharing the same two-lane road way, and how that makes sense. And then the correlation between higher density and green space locations. In general terms, I think what the committee did was just drive around and look at empty lots and say, this looks like a good park space. But in my evaluation, those empty lots are literally only big enough for a single-family home. They don't give you the physical space that you would need for a playground, for trees, for canopies, for shade structures, which is, in comparison to the Broadway Parque, which is about a third of an acre, all the parcels that are being recommended for green space are far less than that. So I don't want a series of small strips of grass. I think we've tried that in these pocket parks across the city. And what turns out to be a small pocket park, as they would call them, which would just be grass, and there being a homeless encampment, because there just isn't anything there that would attract a family and kids to use a green space. So I like to see recommendations for green space aligned with high-density neighborhoods, as well as green space that is of sufficient space to actually have amenities meant for kids. The entertainment district, I like the idea of. I think everyone wants to live, work, and play in the same neighborhood, but realistically, they also want to be able to sleep at night before they go to work the next day. So there has to be some consistency. I'm looking for, in the entertainment district, consistency around last call, to be frank with you, operating hours of nightclubs and restaurants. I think what happens when PD historically tells a business, your last call is at 10, yours is at 11:30, yours is at 1:30, people just bar hop, get drunk at the last place, and then that's the last place where everybody gets DUIs at. So there's got to be some consistency around last call, hours of operation, noise mitigation, who can have outdoor, music projection, who can't, whether the sound wall is a brick sound wall or a curtain. All those things kind of matter to quality of life. And then lastly, to the city attorney and city manager, I am highly recommending and expecting that you give the public enough time before we are asked to vote on this plan, so that they know who to talk to and who to, engage with based on eligibility to vote.
Up next, we have questions from Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, my comments and questions were more procedural as well. I think most of them have been answered. I do think that it would have been nice to have been able to do the drawing today. That would have been preferable. That way we know who the quorum will be, and there's transparency with the public about who that will be and who they can go talk to if they do want to see a change within this document. It sounds like whichever direction we go, it sounds like we're probably going to have to wait till next meeting to do the drawing. City attorney, the way that would work, if we did want to provide that time buffer, could the quorum that is selected, could they choose to continue the item once they are selected?
Yes.
Okay, and then at that point, since they're selected and drawn out, they're free of the conflict at that point. They can go engage staff, engage the community, and act as they would on any other item.
That's correct.
Okay, I think that'd be helpful. I think there's probably, I have to look at the meeting calendar, there's probably going to be 2 or 3 weeks in between. And so I think that's plenty of time for such a critical planning document here within the city. So I would put that idea out there for my colleagues that we, if we can't do the drawing today, we do the drawing next week, and unfortunately delay a vote. But ultimately, that's going to be up to, I suppose, the 4 that gets selected. Just an idea I want to put out there. I think that'd be the next best efficient thing that we could do given the circumstances. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. It does sound like we will be drawing on October 10th, and at that point, there is the opportunity to delay if need be. And then as a reminder, we are pivoting to an EIR, which is currently unfunded. Is that correct?
Yes. Due to the legal challenge to the general plan PEIR, we are now assuming an environmental impact report will be needed.
And that is, you said, $330,000, which is currently unfunded.
Approximately $330,000, and we do not have an identified funding source.
Okay. City Attorney, who was it that kind of created this delay? Who sued us on the PEIR?
It's South Fresno Community Alliance.
South Fresno Community Alliance, and who makes up that group?
I am not intimately familiar with their membership. I don't know if there's someone else here that would know.
Okay. Just want to make that clear because we are going to, this project is delayed in essence, and we have to do an EIR. We have to start from scratch to some degree, and it is currently at the cost of over $300,000, which we do not have at the moment. So we do have some time to delay by a few weeks. Up next, I have Councilmember Maxwell.
All right, I guess I'm the only one that can afford property in this neighborhood, so I will be voting on this and asking some more substantial questions.
You're not welcomed either.
I don't have a slide number, but there was a slide in your presentation. Draft plan update, anticipated revisions.
Yes.
If you're able to pull that up. I apologize too, because I came in a little bit late today, but I was hoping we could get into some more specifics about those revisions. And again, if you went over those, I apologize. Yeah, I see some language in here. It talks about, broadening health and equity analysis, mapping revisions, narrative revisions per committee recommendations, policy narrative revisions per public comments received. Can you go into more detail about what those revisions are, what they look like, and some more concrete detail, please?
Yes, and I believe it is the slide titled Draft Plan Update Anticipated Revisions. Maybe the slide right before that one.
I have a point of order and a question for the city attorney. So just thought of this right now. Councilmember Maxwell is free of conflict and thereby not subject to the same, question restrictions that we are. Are we allowed to be in the room if he begins to ask more substantive questions?
We're going to lose a quorum?
Shall we all
Council President, can we take a break?
Our apologies.
No. I will call for a 5-minute recess. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. The time is 2:38 p.m. City Attorney?
To answer council member Esparza's question, we've discussed it amongst ourselves, our legal team, and our opinion is because it is not an actionable item, there's no need for the potentially conflicted council members to leave the room, but you may leave the room if you wish.
Understood. Thank you. Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, so if you could just kind of walk me through the specifics of those revisions, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. So just again to touch on some of those include, as referenced, broadening the health and equity analysis, really weaving it throughout the entire plan, adding a history of the racial covenants and redlining that did occur in the Tower District today, or in previous, through that historic preservation chapter and conservation. Identifying specific locations for future parks, and then we have some mapping revisions, expanding the utilities chapter, including an implementation chapter, and then policy and narrative revisions per committee
What are the
recommendations.
policy revisions as are referred to in those last two line items?
Yes, so staff, in coordination with the committee, we've gotten very direct feedback from the committee, which has been extremely helpful on, really a page-by-page review of the draft plan. So staff has prepared a very comprehensive matrix, which includes all of the committee's recommendations, and against that, kind of what staff's recommendations from those comments are.
What are those?
So
Do you have a list of what those revisions are based off of the comments?
It's a very comprehensive document, so I don't have kind of I wouldn't be able to do it justice if I just gave kind of a very quick synopsis, but
Can
once
we get that after the meeting, a list of what those revisions are?
Yes, so once the members are selected for this initiation, staff would be happy to make ourselves available to meet with members to discuss that in more detail.
So, council members, sorry. The entire matrix of public comment and committee recommendations will be a part of the initiation package that will be published for public review. And we will go through that with any member once they're selected to go through the details of that. But it may be a change, put a period here, change a capital there.
How
Some
large
of it may
is
be
this
more
document
substantive.
in total, Director Clark? How many pages is this? The reason I ask, like for the general public, how are they going to know what these revisions are? I mean, it's such a large
It'll be a
document.
part of the package, right? So this was a high-level summary today. So when the package is uploaded into Granicus, it's about 20 pages of document, but a lot of it is already in on the city's website.
Director?
20. A lot of it is already on the city's website, on the Tower District Specific Plan Update Committee agendas, because they've reviewed it. So the committee, the Tower District Specific Plan committee has already reviewed those, and then that's the package that they're bringing forward to the council.
Understood. Thank you. And for staff, did I hear that further revisions were going to be made after council initiates this?
Yes, so as we've evaluated those revisions, we don't feel as though any changes will affect, the CEQA part of the process. So those revisions can be made after council initiation.
Isn't that a little concerning that we initiate something before those revisions have been made?
So generally, they aren't, the revisions aren't affecting the major land use changes that do get evaluated as part of this CEQA process. So again, this was a first kind of draft iteration of the plan update. Once we move through the environmental process, we will be eventually posting an environmental document for a public review period as well, where an updated draft of the plan will accompany that document as well for additional public review.
I would like an extensive list of what those potential revisions could look like before I make any sort of decision. And again, I am one guaranteed vote on this. So I would for sure like to know what that is ahead of time, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Council Member. I have Council Vice President Carbasi punched up.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank staff for their work. It's a big document, it's a lot of work, and I want to recognize that. You guys are doing a great job. I'm going to ask some questions in a moment, and I want City Attorney, please watch, make sure they're just clarifying questions in case I am one of the people that draws a green card. Okay, Before I do that, though, I want to reiterate why I support drawing today. Because to be clear, if we draw on the 10th, the city council members, the majority that draw, the 4, so the 2 that draw in addition to the 2 that aren't conflicted out, they can choose to delay, but they can also choose to take action that day if they wanted to, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so and continuing some of the points that Councilmember Arias made, I don't expect the council would do that, but you never know. And this is our first time ever doing this, so when it comes to process, it's really important, especially when you talk about potential rezones and landowners. They have an opportunity to have time to absorb everything. So as a matter of process, I don't like it being on. I get the dilemma, but having it placed as an action item on the day we draw doesn't guarantee that time, and that's a concern I have, and that's why I'm going to continue to push to drawing today. I think we should do that. So these are my clarifying questions. We have staff recommendations, and then there are recommendations from a committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me a little bit more insight for the record about how that committee is composed and who's on that committee, or just the general structure of the committee?
Yes, so in 2021, there was a resolution which established the Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee. In that resolution, it required that it was comprised of 7 members. So committee members were appointed by respective council members, and then the mayor did have 1 appointment as well. So there was an interview process, and then through that interview process, committee members were selected.
Of the committee members, how many of them, do you know in terms of how many of them are property owners in the area with significant property or job creators in the area?
It is my understanding that committee members must reside in the plan area, but I do not have information on the ownership information.
Okay, so clarifying that, so you said they have to reside in the area, so it's possible that a business interest in the area, a business owner, whether it's a small mom and pop shop or a larger business, they wouldn't qualify to be on the committee then?
You know, that's a great question. I'd be happy to look into that further. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure, because there are going to be 2 sets of recommendations, and I want to know, I want to be clear on the difference between what staff recommends, which carries a lot of weight, and then of course what a non-elected committee would recommend as well, because everyone has their own interests. When it comes to land use changes, so we do know, as of this moment, staff recommendations as of this moment right now, and then a committee recommendations because they just had a meeting. Is that correct?
Yes. So as shown on the draft land use map, there are recommended land use changes. Some of those were recommended by staff, others, by members of the committee. Things we heard from the community. Staff has, identified park opportunity areas for study. The committee would like to see more identified areas and locations for future parks. The committee's also made additional recommendations to rezone industrial zone properties with residential uses. So generally, they're I would say synonymous, but there are a couple areas where the committee would like to see additional changes.
The committee recommendations that have potential rezones, how long ago were those made? Is that more recent?
So the rezones from the industrial zone properties with residential uses, that was made by the committee on a motion at their meeting on May 14th. And then the park areas, there were areas identified, during the public outreach process. And staff did identify those areas as well. However, we did make a decision to include general areas for study rather than identifying precise locations. But due to committee feedback, we are looking to identify more precise locations.
So the reason why, and again, it's still early, I don't know if I'll be one of the folks selected, but with any policy that would come forward, I think it's really important to be very specific, especially when you're talking about private property rights and land use changes. My next question is, for the new sites that may be changed, have those property owners been notified that they may potentially face a land use change?
Not yet. So staff did send notices to all property owners where a current proposed, a land use change is proposed. If there are future land use changes proposed, we would notify property owners. Staff has also communicated that they will not recommend a land use change unless receiving written authorization from that property owner.
Got it. That's a very good point. So that's helpful. So that when it comes to the staff recommendation, unless you have written authorization, staff will not be recommending it. But the committee could still do that.
Absolutely.
Is there a requirement by the city that if the committee recommends a land use change, because I worry that, I use that cake is baked example, we don't know what's going to be presented to this council, and I think it's really important to have noticing and be clear, this is what's on the table, and then we can make changes. But the last thing I want is to create a scenario where we have something and the council says, okay, we're going to rezone this, and that property owner has no knowledge of that. So is there anything that requires us to get written authorization for any committee recommendations? Because again, this is an unelected committee.
Right. Jennifer, do you want to clarify that?
No, there is no, this is just a policy call from staff that we have determined that we will not make this recommendation. Again, this is initiation, so it is the start of the process, right? So there's been a lot of preliminary work done by the committee, by the public, by staff. Right. This really starts the official process, but it doesn't actually change any land use with initiation. It is very important to us that we notify and we get affirmative authorization if staff is going to recommend a change, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the council has to agree on that. You can initiate whatever change you want. As the city manager said earlier, you're the only body that has land use authority, right? And so throughout this process, they will still have an opportunity all the way up to the final hearing, which would be later next year, to object to having their property rezoned, and the council could take it out. It is something that we did with the general plan. The council can always decide not to make all of the zoning changes that are recommended. Now, it could cause potentially more analysis to be made, but in general, it is still acceptable for the council to continue, to make changes all the way up to the final vote.
Okay. I think we're trying to learn from past instances that this body has had to deal with, in the last couple years of a previous specific plan. I don't think any of us want to be in that situation, and I know certainly this administration does not want to put this body in that situation. So I think Jennifer is saying, like, we don't want to go down that path again of having business owners show up and saying, I didn't know my property got rezoned. So I think that's why even in this process, we went through every single owner who was recommended, sent them a letter. I looked at the list myself. I asked for it. And we'll continue to stick with that policy. Okay, and again, this is all very general. So I really do appreciate that administration's message. Director, thank you for doing that. I think it's reassuring to anybody that if the staff's going to make a recommendation, they would get their consent to do that. Bless you. So thank you for that, Director. I think that pretty much concludes my only questions. I just want to clarify again, at what point are we going to stop work and this is it, and then it's going to go to the council? Because I worry about revisions being made till the very last minute, and then the public, whether it's committee member, whoever in the public has an interest, won't be able to have a general understanding of what to expect, and then to come and approach council members saying, I'm concerned about this, or staff, I appreciate this, or I'm concerned about this, because it's difficult. Does that make sense? Yes. So we will begin environmental analysis on the plan update process, and we do anticipate that occurring, summer and after initiation through, middle of next year, spring of 2025. So really at that point, that would be when the plan would go to council, and, we would stop our analysis. Our analysis will be completed at that point. The environmental review will be presented along with a specific plan, and that's when it will go to City Council. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Very good. Thank you.
I think you mentioned that we would initiate the CEQA next summer.
No, so the initiation of the plan, which would occur scheduled for October 10th, initiating the plan allows us to begin the CEQA process. So that's when we would begin the CEQA, and then the necessary environmental analysis would occur from October through, we're anticipating spring of 2025.
We can't start CEQA though, right? Correct? Because we don't have funding for it yet. I just want to get a feel.
Yep.
Are we going to adopt this plan years from now? Where do we currently sit with this plan?
So the council we had originally intended to bring an extension of the contract with WRT along with the initiation. It was not expected that we would need additional funds. So there are additional funds needed for the CEQA and the associated objective design standards. So I would need to work with the city manager to determine how far we could go. Could we do the special studies prior to identifying a source of funds? We do have a contract. We do have some funds in place for a mitigated neg deck, but we don't have funds for an EIR.
Understood. Okay. City manager, did you have a clarifying question?
I just want to clarify, City Attorney. So staff and I are very clear on the process moving forward of what needs to be agendized. Because the conflict only exists once we have an action item, the next agenda item will be the initiation of the plan, the council's vote to initiate the plan.
That's correct, and there's no agenda item for drawing straws or anything like that, because the item itself is what creates the conflict and the need to have the draw.
Okay, so on the next agenda, team, we will have the initiation of the plan. Then at that time, when that comes up on the agenda and the council members are selected, the council at that time has the option to choose to continue the item to give the public and themselves more time in order to be able to meet with staff, meet with members of the public. So a vote will not necessarily have to take place on that day.
That's correct, City Manager.
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you.
It could, but it'll be up to those 4 council members.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. For the properties that are being downzoned from residential medium to residential medium low, will that new zoning designation allow for like triplexes, fourplexes, the missing middle?
Yes, so that will essentially take from the RS5 to the RS4 zone. Typically, it's residential single family are the main established uses for that land use. There are state bills, so SB 8 and SB 9, which do allow additional density in single-family land uses. So just by state law alone, that would allow, duplexes and triplexes.
Okay, so while we are, yes, downzoning on the map, it will still allow for more dense neighborhoods even within these historical districts?
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe in these areas where we're proposing to downzone, there exists fourplexes and triplexes. Would those be grandfathered in?
Yes, so those uses would become legal non-conforming uses, so they would be permitted to exist in perpetuity on those sites.
Okay. And then I think I heard you say we received 6 letters of opposition so far to the proposed land use changes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And have we decided yet if we're going to accommodate those opposition letters?
Yes, so we will be analyzing all of the responses we receive from the public as to whether they oppose or support a land use change. That will be included in the final package to council for final recommendation, very clear on properties which we received a response from and what their response was, and then what staff's recommendation is based on that. But as we've previously mentioned, staff will not recommend a land use change where we have received, or unless we have received written authorization from a property owner.
So we will only move forward with changing a land use if that property gives you the authorization to do that?
Staff will, however, the council can, evaluate that and make their decision as necessary.
Okay. My next question is in regard to park designations, and I'm going to try to ask this in a way where it's just a clarifying question. If a council member was wanting to build, let's say, a dog park within the Tower District specific plan and wants to build it in an area that does not have a park designation located on that specific site, is there anything that would get in the way of said council member constructing a new dog park within the Tower District specific plan area?
As long as the land use would permit a park location there, but otherwise, no. I mean, the land use would have to be in conformance with the use.
So the park designation is just more so a floating designation, a recommended.
On the map here, the future opportunity areas.
Yes.
Yes, so those are general areas identified. They are not precise locations, but again, the committee has requested to identify more precise locations on the map.
Okay, so we can expect very specific locations for future parks.
That will be something staff coordinates with the committee on.
Okay. The apartment house overlay zone, that allows for multifamily development without ground floor commercial. So if somebody proposed, let's say, an apartment complex on Olive Avenue, that bottom level would not or could not, possibly would not have ground floor retail if that developer did not want to put in storefronts.
So the apartment house overlay does permit office uses, but I'd be happy to confirm that ground floor retail piece further.
I just want to be sure we're preserving the ground floor retail opportunities on Olive Avenue, since that is the main commercial corridor in the Tower District specific plan, one of them at least. And then
I do want to clarify,
Sure.
the permitted uses do include ground floor of those office uses along major streets. So it would be permitted.
It would be permitted. But if a developer wanted to omit that and just do 100% residential, they would have that flexibility to do that.
I think that would also depend on the underlying zoning. So, based on most of our commercial streets and corridors, like Olive, it's, commercial Main Street designation. So that a project would have to conform to the requirements of the commercial Main Street designation.
Okay. I just want to be sure, too, that we are preserving whatever vacant land we do have in the tower for commercial, retail, mixed-use type spaces, is all. And then, let me see, my last question was, I think you had mentioned that we are retaining industrial zoning for a property on Franklin. Do you have any specifics on that? I'm not familiar with which property that is.
Yes, so the committee did recommend to retain the light industrial zoning for the property generally located at 234 East Franklin. That does include a residential use on the property. It is adjacent to industrial uses. So the conversation was really to, rather than rezoning the property to a residential use and further creating that conflict between residential and industrial uses, to retain the industrial zoning of that property.
Okay. And then what is the proposed designation for the old cheese factory site?
The proposed designation of the Central Valley cheese, I believe, is light industrial. That is not proposing, the draft plan update does not propose to change the land use on that property.
And that will accommodate the future plans for that site?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, I'll withhold that question. And then, City Attorney, one more time. It sounds like, based on a current lawsuit we have in the works, that we are looking at now going from a mitigated negative declaration to an EIR, which in essence is going to cost us over $300,000, which I think the administration is committed to finding for us to move this project forward. But this is just one of many projects that we currently have stalled. Is that correct? I think we have over 600 housing units that are stalled. We have the South Central specific plan that is stalled. So I just want to be sure that even though we do have some roadblocks that we're up against right now, that we are still doing everything within our ability to keep this project moving forward. There's been a lot of good work put into this by the long-range planning staff and the specific plan implementation committee, and I don't want to see that work go stale. So we'll be looking to you, City Manager, to find us $330,000.
Well, that's not all we have to find, because we have a whole gaggle of projects that are affected by the PEIR lawsuit that we're going to require additional environmental work. So I appreciate this is just one. We're probably looking at over $1 million that we're going to have to find ultimately to continue to move forward with all the projects that are affected.
Understood. Council Member Arias.
Couple of questions. Follow up to President's questions on the green space. You indicated that the next version will come back with exact locations, but isn't that what was recommended, that the green space come back with exact locations?
So yes, the committee would like to see more precise locations. That will not be a part of the initiation. That will be a part of the final plan. So that will be evaluated along with the EIR. And so that will happen over the next 6 months as the EIR is being drafted.
So my question is, at what point does this body rezone those more precise locations for public use?
What's great is the P use, parks, recreation, open space, is a permitted use in all zone districts. So again, it can be on top of, it doesn't have to be its own park use. The benefit of that dual designation, it's the only kind of use that we have in our land use structure that allows dual designation, allows a commercial development of the property, commercial being, for money, right? So it could be residential, it could be commercial, it could be something else, but at the same time, give the city an opportunity to acquire or to work with a nonprofit to acquire that property for a park use. Once we place an open space or a park and recreation designation on a site and say you can only be a public use, it could have negative impact on property values. So it is very important that that is a dual designation layer. So.
The question is, the canal embankments in this specific plan area, what are they being proposed as being designated? Are we designating them as trails, or are they going to remain canals?
No. We currently do not have any designations for the canal embankments.
Is there a designation for trails that we need to consider?
We currently, no.
The trail system that the city is building along the canal system, why are those trail systems designated? I thought trails were like designated green space. If you can get back to me on that, it doesn't have to be on.
I think so. I've never seen them as green on the map.
So they're a line, not a parcel, and so they like a sidewalk or like a road. They're a line, not a parcel. So they don't have a land use designation as park or open space. The trails, we do have, again, the ATP is just now kicking off, and this is a great opportunity to figure out how we want to do that. The goal for placing trail alignments along the canals was to provide greater opportunity and to improve those, but that proved to be a challenge for us over the last several years, trying to negotiate the agreement with FID as well as to implement it, right? Yeah. And so it is a great asset, potential asset, but it comes with a lot of work. Yeah.
The reason I ask is I live adjacent to a canal. And just yesterday, FID was there cleaning out the latest encampment, and there's a ton of trash inside the canal system. So right now, canals and Tower District basically are the dark spot in the neighborhood that you don't go to, and where all the drug trafficking occurs and human trafficking occurs. So since we're going to spend a ton of money with this plan, isn't this the time for us to reimagine what those canal embankments would be? And whether we just intentionally design them into the neighborhood?
Yeah, what I would say is a better place for that conversation would be through the ATP process, because that's going to be throughout the city. And while this plan may identify initially where those are, ultimately the circulation element of the general plan will override this specific plan. So if the location of those trails and the types of bikeways or roadways that exist in the plan area would be updated to match whatever the new ATP and the general plan identifies.
Okay. I prefer to deal with it in the specific plan conversation than in the ATP plan, because the specific plan is very neighborhood specific, and you don't have to look at miles and miles of canals. These canals are already in built-out neighborhoods, and it's pretty easy to see which ones are viable, which ones are not, and what improvements, if any. Not all of them are going to be walkable or bike lanes, but just being intentional about how you integrate that design there now. Then my second question around is, did you mention that you've talked to every property owner whose property you're looking at rezoning?
We did send a letter to all property owners where a land use change is proposed.
Okay. Does that include the property owners where you're proposing high-density housing?
Yes, so anywhere a land use change was proposed, we sent a letter.
Okay, so on this proposed map, you have parcels around State Center Community College that are purple. I just from my familiarity with the college system now owns a lot of that commercial frontage. Did we confirm that they're okay with us zoning their property as high-density housing? Because I know they intentionally don't go into the housing development business.
We do have a list of all the ownership in the areas where land use change is proposed. We did not receive a response from the State Center Community College District.
Can you just confirm that they're aware of those parcel changes, because they're going through a bond now of $700 million, and if it passes, they would have resources to do further development of their college campuses. And I hate to have rezoned something because they're busy doing bond work. Those are all my questions for today. By the way, thank you all. Thank you to the committee. You all got to feel what it's like to be a council member and make everybody equally unhappy. To the staff, thank you for the amount of time that you've taken. You've been answering all the questions from us and the public. I probably owe you guys some dinner or pizza in one of the many community meetings, but you've done a really good job. So given your quality of work, I think it's our responsibility to have the city manager find the money in this fiscal year to get this environmental work done. So if we can afford a helicopter, we can afford an environmental study.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, I have Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, I guess this question would be for you along those lines. The original plan was for us to tear off the current general plan, which was when this conversation started, due to the lawsuit that we now have to contemplate with. That is the need for the $330,000 plus that we need for this specifically, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe this is a question for our folks there on the podium. So I heard the rationale behind the folks at Terrace Gardens, Porter, and Wilson downzoning their property, but I also heard you say that even if somebody wanted to build a duplex or a triplex, state law would supersede that anyway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I understood that. So what would be the purpose for us downzoning it on our end, because now we're taking units out of the housing element compliance, correct?
So it wouldn't take units out of the housing element compliance. The reasoning for the downzoning is to better reflect the uses that are on the ground today. Yes, state law does supersede, but we know that these areas are predominantly established single-family homes. So that was the kind of main rationale behind downzoning those properties, because they do currently have established single-family homes there.
Yeah, most of those, I mean, I've I'm very familiar with. I walked those neighborhoods myself recently. They're very similar to the Huntington, Kirkhoff, where I live. The home's 2 stories, close to an acre lot on there. So I'm trying to, maybe Jennifer, if you can answer the question on the housing element conversation. How many total units are we adding? Because we're not building, I understand that. How many units are we accounting for as part of the housing element conversation out of this plan?
This plan specifically is, I can't tell you how many of our parcels in the Tower District are designated in our current housing element draft. However, I can tell you that because of the increase in land use intensity and density along Shields and Blackstone, we would be adding the potential capacity of over 2,000 units, 22,318 dwelling unit capacity is an increase over our current capacity in the Tower District area. But I'd need to get, if you want to know which parcels are designated in our draft housing element, I'd need to get that for you.
I would like to get that information, not just for myself, but for my colleagues. And then along those lines too, I would like to see the analysis on what the implications are for downzoning those specific neighborhoods that we saw on there in that along the lines of that same calculation.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President Karbasi.
I don't know what kind of shoes you're wearing, but you're doing a great job. Very nice. Hopefully they're cushiony.
Thank you.
This will be very brief. Why are we here? And when I ask that question, I mean, what state law or mandate is requiring us to do this work today? Are we here because there was a state law that was passed or some kind of mandate that says we have to create the specific plan?
We are here because the City Council in 2021 initiated Resolution 2021 don't quote me on that
no,
yet.
it's close enough.
147.
Oh, good job. That's great.
Which established a Tower District Implementation Committee.
Right.
And within that resolution, it did further task the committee with preparing an updated specific planning document.
So I think staff's done a fantastic job, and I'm about to say something that I think is difficult to say, but please bear with me.
Yes.
A lot has changed since 2021 in terms of our economics. I mean, we had a lot of great fiscal years because there was a lot of federal dollars coming in, sales tax revenue. There was a boost with the stimulus. That's gone now. And I know that maybe the public isn't prepared for this yet, but we are going to have to start making some pretty tough calls this year. Like people out there, our costs have gone up, and $300,000 is a lot of money for this project alone. There's going to be multiple, as the city manager said, well over $1 million potentially. So the question is, what do we cut? And this is all because of the lawsuit, the PEIR lawsuit. So I want to be clear, there's no state mandate. So this council can also decide, we're just going to stop here and do nothing. And we're not going to get fined by the state. We're not going to be in violation of any state law. Is that correct?
That is correct. I will note, though, the Tower District design guidelines, we are required now as part of SB 35 to make those objective design standards, so they currently are not objective. So SB 35 did establish that regulation.
But the process for that would not be quite like this process where there's a committee and all this work has been done, correct? It's
Correct.
it's a much smaller, cheaper process, I would hope.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just want that, I mean, as we move forward, administration, you consider options. Maybe the best option is to do nothing. I believe it's tough, but now we have to start making tough calls. And $300,000, that's a lot of funding for park rangers or staffing at this city, and maybe that's the best course of action. Thank you.
All right. I have no one else punched up with questions. So Adrienne, great job.
Thank you.
Nailed it.
Thank you.
Appreciate everyone's help and all the good work that's been done so far on this plan. Yes, Director.
I do want to recognize the chair of the Tower District Implementation Committee is here, Chris Johnson. He's in the front row here. He's been a integral part in this plan update process along with all of our committee members. So I do want to highlight him here.
Yes, thank you, Chair Johnson, for being here.
Yeah, thanks. I just wonder if it'd be okay if I made a few comments. So this has been a long process. It's been 2 years already in the process, and we've put a lot of effort and time into this. You can see 39 meetings. We have a 90%, I think, attendance rate by our committee members. Our staff has worked tirelessly as well. I think you understand that this was Fresno's first specific plan. It's the oldest specific plan we have, and it desperately needs to be updated. It also held the line for us with a lot of issues that came within the Tower District in the last few years, and it's an important piece of our history and an important piece of us working forward to keep the Tower District as unique as it is. Concerns with this vote are very concerning to the district. I can tell you that much. Not being represented by our representatives in this process that's going to go forward is really concerning. I don't think anybody's really been heard out here from that. I know the committee has serious concerns, and some of our comment people do too. I know there's some additional money that needs to be spent. We'd be happy to help with whatever we can do to help find that money for you as well. Your comments are very hard to hear as well after all the time we put into it. I think there's some stuff that we definitely need to get done based on what the state law has affected us. But you've got a bunch of committed people here and a long process. We've worked with our business owners, our neighbors, right down to everyone coming to our meetings and having their comments heard and felt. So I think we're at a precipice here. We did do a lot of work. The comments from Councilmember Maxwell's comments, I think it's about closer to 32 pages of recommendations, the changes to this draft that we've made internally as a committee as well. You'll see those when you see them. They're all very, I think, learned and thought through, and we went through them item by item in our meetings to make sure we made all the comments we needed to on this draft. And your staff was very patient, letting us comment and put those things forth to you too. So the workshop today I thought was a great idea because there's just so much that's gone on. And there's so much still going on with all the internal machinations that are going on here too. So there's a lot of concerned citizens out there waiting for the next step with this, and we're here to do whatever we can to make this happen. We really pushed. Councilmember Arias came to our meeting and pushed us hard to get this back before you. We had 5 meetings in a row just to get it here today and to make sure it was ready for you to process. So we're ready to go. We're ready to do the next steps and get this thing going, and our consultants are too, and I know our staff is too. They'd love to move us on and just get back to the planning process and stop meeting with us. But we appreciate all your patience and help with the district. We really love the district, and we're always fighting for it. And my biggest moment here is just to tell you how much I think Fresno really comes together in the tower, and it's really important that we set that standard for us going forward as a city. And I think we do that every day down there. And I think we're deserving of whatever the investment is that you make in putting more money into the district. We generate the tax revenue, and I think we want to continue to do that in the best way possible by blending all of our community together. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then of note, I think about 60%, if not more, of the plan area is within my district. So I really hope that I am able to participate and vote on this plan. Council Vice President.
If I had to use one word to sum up as a Fresno native, Tower, it would be fun. It is truly a fun place and a very special place in this town. I'm grateful you actually spoke because you're right, the committee has done a tremendous amount of work, and it was not by any means easy for me to say what I said. And there's no indication the council is going to do what I suggest about maybe stopping. It doesn't mean you haven't done a great job. But what I would say is I would encourage your committee members. City Attorney, what was the name of the group that sued for the PEIR?
South Fresno Community Alliance.
I would encourage you to reach out to the people at the South Fresno Community Alliance and ask them why they took the action they took that puts important work like your work and work across this entire city, north, south, east, and west, at severe jeopardy. Because when we're facing a housing crisis, when we're facing an economic crisis, we are in a lot of trouble. And like I said, the media is not really reporting this, but this is an example of the fallout of their work. So thank you again for your service. I want to be very clear about that. It's very important to have that public participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Good point. All right, that will conclude the open session portion of this agenda. We are now going to transition into closed session. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session roster?
Yes, Council President. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all represented units. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Amelia Lizeth Rivera Silva versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Margarita Singos versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Adventure Church versus City of Fresno and Terrence Frazier. Item E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. There will be no reportable items today.